As we begin today's session, with the senior staff of the former Deep Space 17 off on their own new ventures, we turn the gaze to Faye and Garibaldi as we approach relatively a new year. Just to keep in mind, it's been roughly close to 6 months since the destruction of DS-17.
Okay.
Apologies, I am currently looking for a token. Garibaldi, you and Faye, not wearing your best, find yourselves in a set of sewers, very smelly, foul. Even through the rebreathers the two of you are wearing as you are slushing through the, sewage, looking for a particular item. I can't believe you let the Ferengi drop the pad in the sewer. Have you had any luck yet?
Yes, I've determined at least 5 places where it's not.
Oh, this is so gross. As she complains.
Look, if we don't visit places like this occasionally, then we can't appreciate the wonderful places I do take you.
I don't even want to comment on that. Give me a insight plus let's go security difficulty 2.
I give you a threat to activate bold. Yes, I'm searching for stuff, so I probably don't have a focus. So we'll just go with that. Might as well fish.
Hey, gain 2 momentum. Sure enough, as you find the Ferengi data pad as you hold it up with 2 fingers.
Ah, look, here it is. You want to put
Oh,
this in your pocket?
no, you can hold on to it. Let's just get out of here and deliver this guy to the authorities.
Sounds like a plan. Then we can. Well, let's find a place to shower before we go back to the ship. I don't want
Fair
to carry
enough.
the I don't want to carry the smell of the ship with us.
For once, you're right.
I
And
wonder if,
go ahead.
I wonder if the authorities will even see us like this.
Luckily, they're on another planet.
Well, let's get the heck out of here.
Let's just hope the Ferengi didn't worm his way out of the shackles. As the two of you climb up out of the sewer, you come to a busy streets, and the Ferengi sitting on the corner side, tied up to a lamppost, with a big essentially a kind of like a collar around his neck. Well, at least he didn't go very far. Oh, he's
No,
to a streak. Oh, that smell. I hope you're not taking me to Delia, what, like smelling like that?
Maybe. Hold still. I got something on my hands, and your buddy will take a piece of the Ferengi's shirt and wipe his hands off.
Uh, oh, it's terrible. Ugh. I'm suing for abuse on this. Ugh.
Okay. Uh, I mean, after the Ferengi Trade Commission confiscates everything you own, I don't think you'll be able to afford counsel.
I mean, it's his own fault for selling illegal weapons to in a planet that has a strict weapons ban. Should know better. Ah, profits. Just following my lobes.
Well, your lobes, wipe, have led you into trouble this time. Just the cost of doing business, right?
Ah, I'll be out soon enough.
Sure. Next, but a request for the next time we have to chase you down. Don't drop the evidence in the sewer.
It it might have slipped out of my hands.
Well, I can help you remember, but we'll transport you in a small box with nothing but you and our dirty clothes.
I'm sure I can fetch a hefty price for them. I know a great a dealer. They have they like the smell of sewage. They find it
I
as
feel
a
like
gives them pleasure.
well, let's get you get you in and out of prison so that you can work on that. Now, which one of these buttons lets you walk, and which one is the shock collar? I can't remember. Do you remember, Faye?
Clearly, I don't. I'm nauseated by the smell.
I'll just hit buttons until I get the right one.
There's 4 buttons. Roll a random die. Roll
I'm
a
sure he knows
d4.
which. I'm
He
sure he knows which
does.
it is. Uh, it's a matter of I don't want to let him go by accident, but I will probably shock him at least twice by accident. I mean, accident.
Yeah, you shock him.
That's not the
Ah,
right one.
ah, e- ah,
Oh,
easy with that.
sorry, wrong button. Let me try that. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Um,
Clearly, you're new at this sort of thing.
maybe if I hit this button a third time, it'll do what I want.
I get the point. Just may we go, please.
Oh, all right. Hit the correct button. It'll let the Ferengi loosen the chain on his shackles enough for him to walk and haul him to his feet. Make
And
sure make sure I brush the sewage covered leg of my pants up against his.
as the three of you walk, sort of head towards the direction of your ship, you notice that as you're walking, the crowd kind of they give you a nice 10-foot spread as you're walking by.
Can't blame them. This really does stink. I almost feel bad for sharing the smell with our poor friend. Almost.
You get used to it. Faye just rolls her eyes at the comment.
Huh. Well, the sooner we drop you off with the authorities, the or I get a shower and burn these clothes. I'll send you the bill.
Before we go, I mean, it's a long trip. There's a nice, my treats, observe shop right over down here. It's on the way to your shuttle.
Now, how do you know what's on the way to my shuttle?
It's at the spaceport, right?
Probably.
My treats for the slip up. See, clicks his
Uh,
teeth.
no. I think we're just gonna drop you off. You're a slippery little Ferengi. I'd hate for you to try to pull a fast one on me again.
Well, to each their own, I guess.
Eh,
Perhaps
Take the
another time.
take the compliment and go on.
I'll give you 50 bars of latinum. Let me go. It's
No,
much better than, well, I'm sure you have other people to go after.
I always have other people to go after, but
Oh, I mean,
you're not gonna believe this, but there are some things more important than latinum.
I highly doubt that. But I mean,
I am a richly blessed man. I don't need your I don't need your bribe. But maybe it'll work on the next guy.
it did on the last one. He grumbles.
Keep walking. Wipe something on his shoe. You got something on your shoe.
Yes, the filth that came up with you.
It amused me. And even more importantly, he looks back at Faye. Did it amuse you?
Did they make things? Did you make a muzzles for Ferengis? I'm just curious on that.
Uh, no, I mean I'd stun him, but then I'd have to carry him.
It's too bad we don't have. It's like a. They use like I guess a pillowcase. It really smells really bad. Too bad we don't have one of those. Oh, maybe that'll get him to shut up.
Well,
Let me go.
I could wrap my outer jacket around his nose.
I'm good, thank you.
And of course, when I do it, I'll probably get some of this stuff in his ears.
Uh, I'll be quiet.
Thank you. And we will take the Ferengi where we need to take the Ferengi.
It's on another planet, so you'll have to drop him off, like get him into the ship first. But that, or you just find a garden hose.
I'm all for the garden hose idea before we get all this sludge in Faye's ship.
As the two of
For
you,
us and him.
Faye goes, I'm sure that they have something there. They do have to clean the ships every now and then. Just probably use a fire hydrant at this point.
Oh, whatever it takes.
And three of you, with the Ferengi being less quiet, get back towards the ship, and you do find something appropriate to where you can sort of rinse yourself off and While it doesn't get rid of the smell completely, it at least gets the sludge off your bodies.
That's a start. Then we'll put him in the secure holding in the ship and take turns watching him while the other gets to take a sonic shower.
Faye vouches that you get to watch him first while she gets the sonic shower.
Fair enough.
On you. Your turn first. She has the sonic shower. Uh, anything you like to do?
No, because torturing the Ferengi is bad. Is not nice.
Do you wish to go over his rap sheet or
Well, yeah. What did I apprehend this guy for? And where am I taking him?
uh, just inside con diff 0?
Whew, con. Oh, I love con. That's my favorite thing to roll.
Gain 2 momentum. Um, yeah, his rep sheet, while it is a mile long in a bunch of other systems, the one that's actually paying for his bounty is a system called Planet Delia. I think I'm saying right. Random generator for a planet. He is charged with arms smuggling and the selling of illegal firearms on the planet. That particular planet has a very highly strict weapons ban on their world. Like people cannot buy firearms at all. And the listed firearms he was selling were supposed vintage flintlocks.
Hmm. Were they, or were they just replicated vintage flintlocks?
Well, it's your guess is good as any. So
That's a Ferengi. I'll go with replicated. What else is he wanted for on various worlds? Is he just an arms dealer, or is he into more unpleasant things?
smuggling of medicinal herbs, supposed medicinal herbs, though there has been really no supercharges. Like, no one's complained about it, but it's known that he is a smuggler, and uh, he's also, you know, the rap sheet is like he's a con artist, but, bottom of the barrel, type individual.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I assume before the scene started, I had searched him and divested him of all of his.
Yeah, yes, you did. Yeah. That's also why the collar's on him, because Faye's like, no, I'm not. You're not going anywhere. You move so far away from this collar, you get zapped. So, which is probably a collar you got from your last probably mission dealing with Orion slaves, and you just kept it. Use it as a good restraint tool. Probably from
Good to put that thing to something useful,
yeah.
something morally useful. As much as Garibaldi hates slavers, hopefully he didn't kill anybody that didn't deserve killing.
You can kind of make up how you want it. So, for like what's going on in the past 6 months, but the Frankie goes like, "So, this is nice. It's better accommodations."
I don't want to treat you badly between here and your lifetime incarceration.
Uh, well, the Dealians are, well, let's just say they're rather impressionate. I'll
You mean
be
impressionable?
whatever. So, you and is it your girlfriend there? Been doing this long?
Business partner.
Oh, so she's otherworldly available, you say?
Ah, I don't know. How attached are you to your ears?
Fair. So nothing between the two of you.
I can't say that. It's just none of your business.
Well, you know, if you're looking for a present, I can well get you something very special for her if you want. He kind of leans in and gives you a wink.
Oh, for the low price of your freedom? Don't think so.
Worth a try.
You want a good woman like that to fall in love with you. She's got to respect you. Now I understand that is a really weird concept to a Ferengi. Um,
Well, in Ferenginar, all women are, well, unfortunately not clothed. It's a catastrophe, if you ask me.
why?
Mm.
I mean, you got to leave something to the imagination, to the anticipation, to make things special. Give you something to look forward to. I mean, it's not just men. You know, they say clothes make the man, but they make the woman too.
I still prefer my females unclothed.
Uh, but see, you Frankie are missing out when you have a woman that's a partner that supports you. That's blessing right there. I'd rather have an equal partner than whatever it is you Ferengi do domestically.
Well, it depends on the Ferengi, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I have heard things about your Grand Nagus. He seems really progressive.
Well, let's just say it's probably a moment of, well, misfortune for the Ferengi people, that is.
Well, that's kind of a limited perspective. You think the lobes for business are just limited to men?
Yes. Yes, I do. I've never met a female that could run a business. Because, well, rule of acquisition number 94, females in finance do not mix.
Um, then how much is it going to break your little Ferengi heart when I tell you that my partner there is the one that traced all of your illegal sales that helped us find you?
Clearly, she has bigger lobes than you.
Yeah, for some things. I should tell all your Ferengi friends that. I should put that in the news feed article. Gorosh caught by a female. Got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Let me see. Where's that com code for the Ferengi News Network? Do you have a best side for the front for the picture?
No. And he just kind of retreats back into the cell and kind of sits in the on the cot.
Oh, if he's not being mouthy, Garibaldi will stop. Will stop harassing him. He might actually send that article though.
Um, After quite a while, Faye eventually returns and goes, your turn.
You used all the hot water again, didn't you?
It's a sonic shower. There is no hot water.
I knew there was something we needed to get installed. Hot water heaters. Well, have fun with him. Actually, don't have fun with him
Why are you jealous?
immensely. But if I lose your heart to a Ferengi, I'm just going to throw myself out an airlock.
She gives you a smile and a pat on the back. It's like, I think you're safe. For the time being.
But for the time being. All right, I'm going to go get the smell off.
Yeah, you do that, and I'm gonna go wash my hands.
And Garibaldi's going to take an equally long sonic shower and get sewer stink off of him.
Um, After you get back, you see Faye like kind of giggling as the two of them are talking. Clearly, she found something amusing that he said.
Goresh, you doing stand up again?
He's trying, but failing horribly.
Well, all Ferengi jokes end up with the butt of the joke being out of money. I mean, there's not a lot of variety there.
He's got a point there. Oh, if you ever want a real man, uh, Miss Faye, you know where to find me. She
I
just
don't think they do conjugal visitation in that prison.
she just was like, "I'll get us cleared to depart." As she heads to the front of the ship.
Well, get comfortable. Won't be that long a trip. Still working on my articles. Is it 2 hours or one?
One.
Two. So you want a quote for the article? Koresh outsmarted by a female. Well, I like that as a better tagline.
Rule acquisition number 75. Home is where the heart is, but the stars are made of latinum. You can quote me on that.
Generic Ferengi rule of acquisition. Got it.
And a few moments later, you can feel the ship lift off and easily kind of see out of one of the nearby windows as the ship starts making its way out of the atmosphere and into space. And with that, we are going to head over to the USS Coulson. With the Coulson still currently at Earth space dock, taking on currently some supplies to be delivered to New Atlantis out in the New Frontier region. Vogel, you step onto the bridge.
Can you repeat the first couple of lines? I heard talking outside, so I got distracted.
Oh. So as move over to the USS Coulson, which is currently docked at Earth Space Dock, taking on some supplies to be delivered over to um, essentially the New Frontier area, where the Coulson will be operated out of for the foreseeable future. And you've just been assigned to the Coulson as first officer and currently helmsman.
Helmsman, huh?
Small ship.
Oh, it's an ambassador, isn't it? Is that what you decided to go with?
It is an ambassador class, but it's dual roles really.
Yeah, so I'll take my station.
Commander Vogel, you provide me with an ETA when we will be ready to depart.
I will check that information.
Feel free to make it up as you go.
We should be loading the last of the cargo up now, sir. I'd give it approximately 2 hours. We'll be ready.
Very good, Commander. You find everything acceptable in your new quarters.
Bit smaller than what I'm used to, sir, but I'll manage.
Very well. And your evaluation of the crew.
I'll withhold judgment till I've had more time to work with them, sir, but they seem a capable group.
A wise answer. I've reviewed your personnel file myself and find you to be a most excellent officer. I expect excellence from you.
I'll endeavor to give nothing less.
Well, I shall be. I will be in my ready room, Commander. You have the con.
Aye, sir. Ops, please give me a full report of all ship systems. I want to make sure we're ready to go when the last of the cargo is loaded up.
All decks reported. Everything is up to spec. All stations reported ready for depart, except for the engineering crews currently loading the medical supplies. They estimate it should be done here within about 40 minutes.
Very good. Any new upgrades to the ship systems I should be aware of?
Well, we just got those holo emitters installed, I think, in the around sickbay. Sure. The doctor will love them. She kind of jokes.
I take it the doctor is not too keen on having a second opinion, always looking over their shoulder.
Oh, let's just say the doctor's a little old school, ma'am.
Still surprised they're keeping this old ship around.
Well, she's not as old as those Excelsior classes. Con officer's like, well, I mean, I just saw they reconditioned a Constitution class last month.
You'd think with all these new ships rolling off the block, they wouldn't see the need to bring older ships out of mothballs.
I think it's for the academy, ma'am. They generally like to stick the cadets on the older ships.
I suppose that makes sense.
The ops officer kind of speaks up. Well, I for one, I mean, she's just as advanced as any Galaxy class out there. She may be a little bit smaller than a Galaxy, but Coulson will
You
hold
ever
her
serve
own.
on a Galaxy? You ever serve on a Galaxy, Lieutenant?
No, ma'am, I visited, but we do have all the amenities that the Galaxy has.
I've had the pleasure to serve on 2 separate Galaxy class ships. We'll see how this old girl stacks up.
She's been through a lot.
Any stress points on the hull I need to be concerned about if I'm going to be piloting this thing?
Con officer kind of speaks up. She rides smooth as butter, ma'am.
I just don't want to have to make a sharp turn or evasive maneuver and shear off half of the star drive section.
She turns on a dime. Those nacelle pylons they're heavily reinforced. She can take the stresses. You gotta watch for her is breaking her past warp 9.87. Gets a little shaky.
Noted. How's the sensors looking?
Modifications are adequate.
With me on the ship, you can guarantee I'm going to be spending a lot of time upgrading those things.
You're the Vulcan science officer in the corner goes, noted. Auxiliary helmsman speaks up. Don't mind him, Commander. He's, well, more stiff than the captain there.
I've served with Captain Solon. Find that hard to believe.
Captain's got a soft spot here and there. And after a few, a little bit of, chatter on the bridge, Officer kind of speaks up. Both cargo bays reported they've received all the supplies. We are cleared to depart.
Wow, that's ahead of schedule. Bridge to Captain Solon. Our cargo's loaded. We have been cleared to depart.
Very good, Commander. Take us out and get us on course.
Aye, sir. You heard him, Con. Take us out nice and slow.
Yes, ma'am. And the Coulson slowly maneuvers out of Earth space dock and using maneuvering thrusters only. We're clear for warp.
Set a course. Let's proceed at warp 6.
Yes, ma'am. Oops, wrong one. Anything you wish to do on your long journey to New Atlantis?
How long is long?
Several weeks.
Ouch.
Warp 6 it is. Hey, you gotta push it up a notch.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to maintain warp 6 the entire time. I'm bound. There's probably going to be a turn here that we got to make within a couple hours, and then we can warp it up a bit. Ships don't fly at maximum cruising speed their entire time.
At least get out of the system before you get there.
I mean, I'm saying, like, how many times have you heard Picard say, "Proceed to blah 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 starbase warp 3"?
But yeah, anyway,
Just saying, adding to realism.
I'm literally just, the Coulson will move at speed of plot, but that'd be for another scene. But yeah, is there anything else you wish to do? Any role play with any characters?
I mean, probably roleplay wise. I mean, probably make a few calls to Earth, back to home, and whatnot. Make sure Annika's adjusting well to the ranch life.
You can set that up real quick.
Figure out where what's his bucket is at. Roland, I would suppose, if we're still exploring that.
That is up to you.
Well, I think there was all talk of long distance.
Could be the JAG officer on the Coulson.
Does it need one?
No. So yeah, you're back at your quarters after the Coulson's heading at max safe cruising speed towards its destination, and it's kind of late in the evening, and yeah, you call back home and speak with Annika.
Hey, Annika, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Nightmares are still a bit of a problem.
Have you been doing those exercises they taught us before we left?
Yeah. Um, though she kind of hesitates before saying the word, but Mom tells me stay busy, and eventually it'll work itself out. And if I ever need to talk, she's there.
I'm sure she's right in this regard, too. I mean, there is plenty to do on the... Plenty to do back home.
Yeah, Betsy, um, she's doing well. Fed her some carrots this morning. Went on my first horseback ride. It was fun, also terrifying.
You'll get used to it. Have you taken the trails up into the mountains yet?
Um, no, not yet.
Sometimes just going for a walk in those mountains is enough to clear your head.
Yeah, but Father says that not to go alone right now. He says the bears have, or well, coming out. So to be careful.
Oh, right, it is just becoming springtime there.
So how's your new position?
It's okay, I guess. Still getting used to the ship, still trying to learn all the crew's names.
First officer is a big deal.
No, I understand it's a promotion and all, just... Guess I worry about you too much.
I would have joined you, but I just can't be out there. Not now.
No, I understand.
It's it's
Just wish I could have stayed with you longer.
I know you're in Starfleet though. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I guess the question is, what do you want to do?
I just want to take things slow. I don't know. I'm having a hard time being around people.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing we put you in the middle of literally nowhere.
Yeah. Well, Mom accidentally called me by your name, um, this morning. It was kind of funny that I correct her, but And you kind of get the feeling like she's trying to communicate, but she's just having a rough time with it.
Listen, I understand that communicating with others is going to be difficult for the foreseeable future. But just remember, I am always going to be here if you need me.
She just kind of nods.
And if you need me to come home for any reason, I'll make it happen.
I'll be fine. I'm seeing a specialist tomorrow. Should hopefully help me adjust.
Have you ever thought about a diary? When I was younger, I used to have a diary. It's in the nightstand next to the bed. I think there's still a lot of blank pages in there. Might help.
I'll give it a shot.
Because there's probably a lot you want to say. You just don't know how to say it or how to word it. And this is something only you would see. But I do have to warn you, though. If you do read what I wrote, ignore the stuff about the boy.
Noted.
It was a long time ago. And the whole thing was embarrassing.
Well, I should be going. It's almost supper time.
Okay. I'll try to keep in contact as long as we're in subspace communications range.
Talk to you tomorrow?
Tomorrow, then.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
And
I'll push the button to end the call.
anything else?
Probably go about my eve.
All right.
Probably eat, read a book, whatever. Tour the ship so I don't get lost.
You do that. And you have like some minor, calls back and forth between family and whatnot during your trip down back towards essentially where DS-17 was operating at.
Oh God.
Yeah. That's where the Coulson's heading. So one morning you get a call before your duty shift one following morning.
So I'm assuming it's probably gonna wake me out of a dead sleep because I hate mornings. So I'm trying to reach for the console, and then I finally slam it on. Who is it?
Sorry, Sarah, did I catch you at a bad time?
Oh, what time is it?
I don't know what. Well, here it's almost midday, but duty shift time it's 700.
Oh. Oh, it's too early. Then I'll sit up in bed.
Sorry, we haven't. It's been busy the past week. Um, Still, everything's
We
doing okay on the Coulson?
still trying to get used to her.
Well, maybe I'll see you in a few days. If you happen to stop by Neva, too.
What do they have you doing?
Your character would kind of know this, though, but he is in currently command of Outpost 17, which is the surface outpost on Neva 2 to replace Deep Space 17
Oh.
for the time being. He took a Reef's job.
Oh. So how's the colony doing?
Oh, colony's booming. I think we're up to a total of 35,000 now for the colony. Of course, my requisition for more staff goes unheard. It's getting a little difficult to help the colony out with 54 personnel. At least they gave us a mobile dry dock this morning.
How does the reconstruction go?
Well, the shell's done. New station's gonna be a little bit bigger than before, but we're still probably 2 years away.
Well, at least it'd be a shiny brand new station instead of that old hunk of junk that was floating in space.
I was told by Chief Amathi that it's gonna have the old charm, just updated furnishing. The shell looks fairly close to the original. It's a little different.
Well, just think of all the brand new computer systems it's going to have.
And updated shielding and the whole 9 yards. Well, hopefully.
So maybe a unheard of super weapon won't blow it up?
I don't want to go through that again. Don't jinx us, please.
Well, you have nothing to worry about. I'm way on the other side of the galaxy. I seem to be the cursed one in terms of losing ships.
Well, you're going to be on my doorstep sooner or later here. You helping that new, well, say new colony, that new Atlantis colony that's out here.
Can't wait to see what you've done with the place.
Well, not much.
Speaking of which, how long has it been?
Is that a GM question?
Yeah, that's a GM question.
6 months. About 6 months.
You settling into your new command position, okay?
I mean, I've been doing this for almost 2 months now, and wow. I should have said no to the Admiral, but it's a little different than Jag, and some avenues are about the same as Jag.
Well, I can't think of anyone better suited.
I appreciate the sentiment, Sarah. Well, if you happen to stop by, I could show you my lovely quarters. It's 10 by 6. It's got a bed, a decent view. It's pretty much a box with a door and some windows.
Let's not talk about small living arrangements, please. You don't know small quarters until you've been on this ship.
I've had worse quarters. Oh no, maybe I'll find a nice spot and build a little small house. Give some unfortunate officer these.
Well, you are the commander. You think you'd already have a pretty large house built.
Well, I was waiting on to figure out if this was going to be permanent or not.
Is that what you want?
I haven't decided yet. Man. Of course, the Admiral asked me to take this position, and then he goes off to Aegis Base for his temporary quarters and station keeping.
Sure, the Vorkala ambassador would be happy to host the Admiral.
Well, they just finished building their estate here on the surface. So when the Starfleet Engineering Corps was happy enough to build us a nice little meeting room and office space, and that's just about it. In terms for crew quarters, they just set up some boxes and they tell us, here you go, replicator, bed, 4 walls, and a window and a door. I guess it's good enough.
It's all right. I've told you multiple times where I grew up. Sounds like my idea of heaven.
Well, at least you have a view. My view on the window is, well, someone else's box.
I guess that is one plus to being in space. The view always changes.
You know, 1 minute space, it could be a planet the next. Well, I won't keep you from your duties, and I have to get started. Got a long day ahead of me. Oh, before I forget, we found one of the crew modules that managed to survive re-entry. Gonna head over this afternoon and with a small team and try to salvage some stuff from it. I'll let you know if I find anything that might be yours.
That'd be nice. There are some items I'd like to get back, but I'm not holding my breath.
And if you run into Commander Lane on the sentry, tell her to hurry back. Out there.
You can't just order her to hurry up?
I do, but she says the key to a successful investigation is to not to rush things. I think I'm paraphrasing her words exactly on that.
What do you have her doing?
She's investigating some pirate activity that's been going on in the region. Trying to nip it in the butt before it gets started.
It's not Klingons again, is it?
No, appears to be Orion smugglers.
Again with the Orions. Can't seem to get rid of them.
Well, where there's opportunity to make coinage, there will always be pirates and smugglers.
Oh, hey, I do have to start getting ready for my shift, but I think we'll be there in about a week and a half or so. I'll see if I can get some time off from the captain. Visit your little slice of paradise.
I like that. Talk to you again soon.
Maybe we'll try to not go 6 months between seeing each other.
Well, the unfortunate nature of the life we live. See you soon, Sarah.
Okay. Bye, Roland.
And communication gets closed. Anything else before we go to the next scene?
No, I'm good. I'm actually gonna switch to mobile because I gotta be off here in a minute.
All right. Uh, just in time with the so we go do a scene change and we're gonna go to the doctor.
Good evening.
Dr. Mountain. So doing about like a 6 month time jump.
Yep.
This session. And so based on what you kind of told me from the last time game, that you pretty much retired from Starfleet.
Yeah.
Set up a clinic on Niwa, and you've just finally got finished, getting everything set up, and Nurse Fuller decided to join you on your escapade of running a clinic on the surface of the planet, considering Starfleet really is kind of pulled out of the area for the most part. They're kind of leaving like a skeleton crew behind while
Sure.
the station gets built, or the new station gets built. And yeah, currently you're waiting on some supplies that you asked, begged for a friend, close friend, to help get him to you to get your new clinic up and running. Flora kind of is holding a box and says, "Well, this is all the medical supplies I could get in the last shipments. Our stores are getting kind of low."
Yeah, that's been a problem. I never thought that would be a problem leaving the Federation. I didn't think of that. But hey, we
Command-
got what we did. I'll see if I can find some folks to donate some supplies, perhaps. Maybe I have some contacts that can do that, but we have to make do with what we got, I guess, for now.
Commander Roland said he'll see what he can do.
Great. Yeah, send him my regards.
And
If it wasn't for his help, we wouldn't be able to get this clinic going.
I think he's still upset that you left Starfleet.
Yeah, I understand. Um, it's been rough. I mean, I love Starfleet, and it was my life for a long, long time. But I'm still doing the work that needs to be done, and I guess this is as good a place as any to do that.
Well, I
Why
mean,
did you? What? Why did you join me? I thought you had a good career.
well, they were going to ship me off really far away, and didn't
Yeah,
really care where I was going.
I guess not. I mean, who knows where I would have been assigned if I stayed in? Could have been on another ship or another station. Who knows? But we're doing good work here, so I think it's worth pursuing. But if we can get that supply lines going a little better, maybe when the station's more complete, then we can get this place running properly.
Uh, as Forla finishes putting up the rest of the medical supplies in the cabinet, you hear the sliding of the essentially the doors to the clinic open up, and walks in a reef carrying a Bajoran box.
Commander, a reef. A pleasure to see you. Welcome. Sorry for the mess. Still getting everything all settled in.
A reef?
Hello, sorry. Hello, if it isn't the big D.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment, I guess.
Well, you should.
How have you been? I haven't seen you for a
Uh,
while.
can't complain at all. What's going on?
Well, we're a little short on supplies, but otherwise we're running pretty smoothly here. Carla has been very helpful in this process, and Roland. What you've been up to recently? Did you drop your commission as well?
Uh, yeah, well, I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I would assume so. I left the paperwork for Felix to handle. And a refill shrug. I'll say, think, I guess we'll find out whether or not I've got 6 months of back pay.
Oh, well. Do you really need it? You probably have quite a stash.
No, I don't, but it would be funny nonetheless.
Cross your T's and dot your I's, I guess.
Oh,
What brings you out this
or
way?
what Felix was for in that scenario.
Yeah.
So, you're about ready to break ground. Have you given the nurse a vacay yet?
Well, I tried to encourage her, but she does her own thing. And he smiles at Frollo. But as you know, running any sort of anything takes time and effort. And I've been pretty straight out since I left a few months ago. But overall, I think we're making good progress. And other than, like I said, the supply stuff. Speaking of which, do you have any ties with somebody with medical supplies? Wouldn't be bad to get another bio bed in here.
Hmm.
Might be able to make room.
Yeah, I can ask around.
Thanks.
Might might take a couple days or whatnot, but
Oh,
I
well.
can certainly ask around, and if so, well, if I can figure out a way to give, you shall have.
I appreciate the effort, whether it results in something or not. So that's what I appreciate about you, Arif. You're willing to go the extra mile.
Always, but in this case, it just happens to be a couple calls, so you shouldn't worry.
Thank you. Anything will be helpful.
Of course, I'll get right on it.
Well, you don't have to leave right away. What you been up to recently? Heard any news from Garibaldi or my daughter?
Oh, I'm sorry, am I there? This isn't a message?
Yeah, you're there. Apparently.
Oh, uh, sorry, I had to step out for a moment. I haven't heard from either of them. Hoping too soon, for sure.
Oh, good. I mean, they make a sweet couple. I just, I'm overprotective sometimes,
Ah, and
given her challenges recently, in the past.
that's certainly fair. And you must excuse me, Doc. I for a second forgot where we were in space. So, those few days are probably going to be a few weeks, as
Oh,
maybe even months. But I'll make sure to get you something. I'll
months.
ask around. That's
No, that's fine. Yeah, we're at the edge of Federation space, if you can say it's Federation space. But
not really. At
I
least not
expect
last
they
time I checked. But what's that matter to me at this point?
exactly. Well, it's good to know who the bosses are, I guess.
Well, you're the boss here.
Well, yeah, but regulations and stuff happen to. I still try to apply as best as I can those that fall within the purview of my work.
That's certainly fair, Doc. And I think you know that. Well, I don't.
That's fair. I mean, once you step away, you step away. That's perfectly valid. How's that been going for you?
Good. Can't complain. Had some great lunches with some great people. Saw some sights. Just kind of relaxing, you know? I figure why not after, you know, more years than I'd like to count. I feel free.
Great. You ever I don't want to say say it in the crude way, but hook up with the captain from that your former friend, I guess. Is that going anywhere with you? Somebody needs somebody.
Most certainly did.
Really excellent. Tell what you can. I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm sure.
Um, well, she's almost decided to join me on my wild crusade. However, for the most part, I'm flying in tandem, trying to stay where she is, though I go off on my own every now and then.
Nice.
I
Oh,
do
glad
like lunches.
you do like what?
Lunches.
Lunches, yes. Actually, I've been working on a new formula since the noodle bar was destroyed. I'm trying to recall from the recipes from our time on DS17.
Oh,
Um,
doctor, they just reopened the noodle bar here on the surface.
what? Oh, I didn't even know. Well,
Well, we've been busy with the clinic and all, but they just opened.
huh. Are you hungry now? You could take a stop over there.
I could certainly eat.
Sure, let's make a go of it. Um, Frola, you have it handled here.
Yeah, I can manage. Just bring me back something.
Yeah, just let me know what you want. Although if you try recipe number 8, it's pretty good. But I'm still refining. But yeah, I'll get you something from the noodle bar for sure. Oh well. Which row is it on again?
It's on actually Main Street, and I would like the shrimp teriyaki, if you don't mind.
I will make an order for you.
Thank you. She kind of
Absolutely.
goes
Take care.
back into the back.
Awesome. If you'll follow me, I think I know where it is.
Of course.
A pleasant surprise. I didn't realize they reopened.
Indeed. I have to say, I haven't been back here in a bit, so it'd be nice to see if it still captures the same magic.
Well, we'll see. I didn't even hear what happened to. There was too many people who passed on when the DS-17 got attacked, but I'm hoping that they have the same chef, or at least some of the same crew.
Well, here's the hope, of course.
That's right. I mean, they had some pretty nice recipes. Anyway, have you heard from Sarah? I haven't really chatted with her recently.
I have not. Nope. Unfortunately, no. I was hoping you had. Same with GQ.
Well, I mean, I'm not one for keeping in touch, unfortunately. But I'll make sure to maybe I'll send her a comm sometime soon. And actually, maybe we could do that from the new bar. See if she's available or GQ. I think that's the first time I've ever called them that. Your influence.
It's fun, isn't it?
It does have a ring to it.
Comes out of the mouth well.
Well, I wouldn't
It's
phrase it like that, but I understand.
it's easier to say than his actual name.
No, well, I just call him Garibaldi generally, but
Oh, I talk a lot, so I go for less syllables when I can. Why do you think I call you Doc so much?
well, I just think you forget my name. But that's okay.
And
Just
as the two of you are walking down Main Street towards the noodle bar, you see uh, Commander Roland. He's kind of holding a sort of coffee cup, taking a drink, and reading a pad. Um, occasionally glancing, and he kind of stops. Oh, Doctor Mountain, um,
yes.
Mr. Arif. Didn't know
Just a
you.
read.
Didn't know you came in.
Surprise.
Well, now you do. Hello.
How have you been?
I'm doing good. Just staying busy.
You look
Uh,
slightly flummoxed, son. What's wrong?
Just a busy morning, Commander. Oh, sorry, Mr. Arif.
Just a read.
Arif. Doc, those medical supplies. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to talk with Captain Solon to maybe get some
oh,
medical
good.
supplies for you.
Really? Are they going to deliver? I haven't seen Solon in forever. At least a couple of years.
I'm trying to work out the details. They're
Yeah,
currently they're currently on a mission right now, so
mm, that's always their MO for not coming. But we are kind of on the outskirts.
well, I would like to think Starfleet didn't forget about us, but we'll just have to
Maybe
make
they
do.
would. I understand. Well, any supplies that you can get to me, I would totally appreciate, and the people here will definitely appreciate.
Not to mention a nudge never harmed anybody.
Well, gentlemen, if you don't mind, I need to have a conference with a couple ambassadors. So,
Really, they're keeping you busy. I see.
um, just the weekly meeting.
Oh, give them all my best.
No
I'll,
offense, but I kind of don't miss the meetings. You ran great ones, Arif, but I don't
I
really miss.
missed the meetings. They were good people.
Oh, the people I miss the most, but I don't miss the meetings.
The
But that's right.
meetings are where you saw the people.
Well, true, unless it was in a professional capacity. Anyway, we won't keep you waiting.
just kind of nods. Well, gentlemen, have a good day.
You too.
and kind of walks off towards the Starfleet, essentially security station.
He seems like
You were that young once.
Oh, so are you, but you probably don't remember that.
Oh, I remember it. It's just been a while.
Well, you definitely got a couple centuries on me, that's for sure. Anyway,
Well, that's fair. That just means it might put you at advantage because I've also lately taken up racquetball.
racquetball. Well, I've been trying to. Oh my gosh, I was trying to impress Faye. Well, I don't know. Does she call herself that anymore? I don't know. Anyway, she. Oh yeah, the holo program that I envisioned did not turn out as planned. And by the time I got to halfway through, I was winded, and so I probably won't be the best racquetball player if you wanted to play around. Do we have a hollow thing nearby? I'm not sure.
Say again? What was that last part?
Do they have a hollow deck somewhere? Because I mean, I would try. For racquetball, anyway.
There are no holodecks.
And we have to do it the old-fashioned way and find a court.
Well, all we really need is a wall and a ball.
I've heard that somewhere before.
I sincerely hope it wasn't me that said it.
No, probably not. I don't
Because
remember.
I've just now gotten into racquetball.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect you to. Isn't there like a indoor volleyball or something? One of those, one of the yeomen was really into that. Anyway, I think that one's the noodle bar. I'm not sure. Yes, that is.
Grand. Let us commence with the nourishment.
Well, hopefully it's as good as I remember, but I mean, I'm a connoisseur of noodles generally, but I'm pretty much willing to try anything. I mean, when I was on that Klingon vessel, I was the gok was pretty good, but I think I've lost my taste for it, or it's lost its taste for me. I'm not sure how that works, but yeah. Do you have contact information for Sarah or Garibaldi? We could chat with them over dinner. Or not. That's fine.
Well, Garibaldi and Faye are technically elsewhere in the galaxy at the moment, so
Hard to contact.
yeah, they're kind of galloping around the cosmos,
Great.
playing hero. But yeah, you get to the noodle bar. Yeah, you finally find it. I'm assuming you to get an order of noodles.
Yes. And I'll order the shrimp teriyaki to go for Frola.
Yeah, you approach up, walk up to the noodle bar. You see, a line of, a little bit of line. Um, Various different people. Um, as you get your noodles doctor, you kind of brush up against someone who's rather tall. Goes, watch it.
Pardon me, I didn't mean to run into you. I'm surprised I missed you.
Kind of looks down at you with his one red eye. Look, Tiny, watch where you're going. He takes his noodles and walks off, kind of checking you on the side a little bit.
Well, it takes all kinds, I guess. I don't think there's an exclusive noodle club, so I guess anybody can get something here. I totally try to brush it off as not getting, not causing any friction. What kind of person is he? He's tall.
It's tall, humanoid. Kind of hard to tell what species is. Wears a hat. You can kind of see like he's got one eye that like one red eye that glows. And you could definitely tell he's probably got like he's a few cybernetics installed on him, either due to medical reasons or cosmetic reasons, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, almost long leather jackets. You know, a scoundrel type.
Scoundrel type. I'll keep an eye on that guy. That table looks open.
Is Arif still with us? Arif, you there?
You might be on mute. I heard something.
Arif, are you still with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me, right? Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Sorry. Apparently my mic wire is quite finicky. Yes, I am here. I apologize, but in the hustle to try to fix it, I apologize, Doc. I forgot the last thing you said.
Me too. That's all right.
The doctor got bumped into a rather unscrupulous fellow, and then kind of brushed it off without a confrontation. Doctor motioned like, "There's a table over here."
Oh yeah. Arif will be happy to sit down. Though sliding into the table, he'll say, I gotta warn you, Doc, I'm probably gonna mosey pretty quickly after this meal. Not only do I want to check, well, with the supplies for you, but no holodeck here. That's pretty grim.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll have one out for the station that they could rent. If you ever come back this way.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be back this way. And let me let me give you some advice, Doc. Do what I did. Purchase yourself some hollow emitters and, you know, just stick them in a room somewhere. Give yourself a hollow cabin.
Yeah, I've been interested a little bit in the technology itself. I've used it for medical purposes, but I'm sure there's other reasons you can use it.
Oh, if nothing else, to make your environment more palatable. Plus, makes it easier to play racquetball.
That's true. Yeah, no, it's pretty nice here actually. I've done a couple walking tours, watching out for indigenous life forms, of course. But I would say it's not a bad place to live.
No, that's of course fair, Doc. Believe me, I remember. I was here for quite some time.
Hmm. Yeah, but you've decided to move on once in a while, so
Yeah, but that was 6 months ago, and it's not like memories of this place are gonna fade that quickly.
well, that's true.
I'm
Well,
not
out of
that
sight, out of
quick,
mind
Doc.
is sometimes a thing, Anyway, where are you off to? You mentioned you're gonna head out soon.
Oh, I got a couple places to hit. I gotta go take another stab at convincing Nira to quit herself. Um, you know, maybe this time will be the one that she actually does, and I'll be back here next time with a bigger smile.
Hey, there you go. So you don't miss the Federation at all? You
I
don't seem to.
mean, life honestly hasn't changed much. I still talk to the people that I like to talk to, and uh, not much is different. The only thing that's different is really that I'm not getting paid for it. But as you alluded to earlier, I don't need that.
I think one of the things about, especially a station, is the proximity. There's people there that you get to see every day, and not anymore. I do miss that aspect of it. There's a lot of people, my colleagues especially, that
Well,
I kind of
there's
miss.
nothing to miss, Doc, because you can have that back as soon as it's built, and I could have that too if I wanted to come and hang out for a year or so. I could easily accomplish that as a civilian. See, and just like you opening your clinic, you're starting to realize you don't need the Federation to do what you want to do. It just helps get you there sometimes, and now you're on your own terms.
Well, I will say that Volga was great at organizing things, and I was always well supplied on 17. But this place, it's a little different beast.
Yeah, you're starting out. But at the same time, when you were on 17, you were really at you might have been well supplied, but you were, you know, uh, chained to the whim of me or Sarah or the Federation in general. Now you're free.
Yeah, I could see how you could see it that way. Um, I mean, I'm not one to shy from danger, but in some of the situations that we found ourselves, it was pretty clear that I was out of my element.
Except you ponied up and ran through them. So I would beg to disagree.
Well, I appreciate that about you. Actually, you can see the shining light is even in the darkest night.
I prefer to think of it as taking the wider angle.
Fair enough. I'll take a wider view. I learned a lot from those experiences, and to be honest, I wouldn't change them. Well, I would try to save more people. That would be different, but I can only do what I can.
That's all you can do, Doc. All you can do is hope you're at the right place at the right time to do some good. Otherwise, all you have to do is just wait for that place and time because you'll be ready to do some good.
I hope so. Yeah, it's still a lot of work to do here to get everything all arranged, but uh, yeah, I'm glad I was here. I was able to help one of my patients. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't around, they would have had a hard time finding the right situation for themselves. But I can't go into details per se. But you know, I mean, there's always good and bad in each decision, so we'll see how that goes. When I get the itch for it again, and see if I can help more people, then maybe I even might ask for part of a commission again.
And that's really all you got to carry with you, Doc. And you know what? Nemo will be better for it.
Yeah. Well,
Now,
do what I can.
you do what you can here, and I'll do what I can out there. This has been a lovely meal,
I don't
but
want to keep you waiting, so keep in touch. And if these new devices work, we maybe actually play another Go game again.
absolutely. Oh, they that's right. It's my move. As soon as I get back to the ship, I'll pick up the pad and I'll make the move. Uh,
Take your time. Think about your move as long as you need to.
well, that's given our respective lifespans, that's not a statement you probably want me to hold to.
Well, considering you know my lifespan, you know how long that would probably be.
Don't worry, Doc. I'll make a move in the next 2 years.
Great. Look forward to it. Well, good to see you, Arif. Let me know if you need anything. I'm here.
Absolutely. Wish me luck twice over, once on my behalf, once on yours.
Fair enough.
And Arif will head back to his ship.
We're gonna cut over back to for a scene change with Faye and Garibaldi.
Oh, the game's all nope. The game disappeared.
The two of you just get back. You're coming out of like the security, like on Delia. Their main security office turning in the your Ferengi friend. As Faye kind of looks like at the amount of latinum they gave you, he's like, he wasn't worth a lot.
Well, not as much as he was trying to bribe me to let him go.
Maybe you should have took the bribe. Kind of snickers.
Well, I wouldn't want to risk losing your respect. Besides, he's probably a repeat customer.
Probably. Who knows? There'll probably be some other world we have to hand him off to.
But that's certainly enough to take a vacation.
It is. Why? Where do you think we should go?
Well, I know some nice forest lakes back on Niwa. Well, we could hit the beaches of Risa, but that's a tourist trap.
Fair point. Though lounging in luxury does sound a little nice. But a quiet getaway would be equally as good.
The idea of quiet getaway. Somewhere where it's just the two of us and not, well, anyone.
So back to Niwa.
It is a pretty planet.
It is. What's that thing with the red mist, though? It's not this time of year, is it?
No, no, no. That's early spring.
It's early spring.
It's late spring. But the valley I'm thinking of, the mist don't get it down into that valley, so it won't be a problem. Clear waters, no predator species. Build a camp, build a little campfire. You ever had food cooked over an open flame?
I think you know the answer to that.
Well, it's a time to introduce you to it. Well, it's the closest thing we get to home cooking, replicated ingredients, but the food will be cooked. Quinix has got a former host that, yeah, wasn't a professional chef, but she was pretty good.
Well, I look forward to the meal. And as the two of you get into the ship, she kind of stops and looks at the gets ready to take off. She looks at the console and the communications for a moment.
Problem.
No problem. But could you take a range check on that getaway?
What's going on? I mean, I'll go anywhere with you.
Well,
I mean, you are my ride. Garibaldi just smarks.
that a contact. Well, your contact actually, the Orion woman that you rescued, last year. She
Uh,
she sent me a message that one of the smugglers we've been after popped up on, well, at the colony on Niwa. Uh, Gorham Mad Eye Rex, remember that guy, big tall guy that got away from us last month.
yeah, I owe him a thing or two.
Yeah, well, he's apparently on Niwa. We're going there anyway.
I
Just
might as well get him. Well, maybe we can do it quickly. I was looking forward to spending some time alone.
we could do it after get the bounty. It's a big payday.
Do like a big payday. It seems like something you want to do.
I mean, we don't. I mean, I don't know. We'll get a chance to get this guy. Plus, you want to leave it to someone else to get this trafficker off, well, off the trade lanes.
Yeah, I'm a little torn to be honest. I want to get that guy, but you know how I feel about Orions. Well, at least Orion pirates, anyway. Want to make sure that you know that you're more important to me than even chasing down Orion smugglers.
She kind of sits there and looks at you for a moment. It's really this that important that we do this? Just you really want some alone time?
Well, I mean, last 6 months. I mean, we've been doing a lot. Been doing a lot of stuff. We're always going here and doing that and going this place and doing that. And
I'm getting shot at.
well, that's the fun part. Yeah, but Faye, you just kind of you, ever since I met you, it's been just something about you. In the last 6 months, you've become very important to me. Just kind of wanted some time to, the two of us we weren't chasing Latinum or bad guys or even Orion pirates. I don't know that in the last 6 months we've had time for just us. I mean, unless I'm crazy, I think we're an us.
Yeah, I would like to think that. Okay. Um, compromise. We go to Niwa. We're already going to Niwa as it is. We plan our getaway, and if we just happen to run into him, we'll just capture and put into the security hold on the security station, if it's capable. If we just happen to run into him.
If we just happen to run into him, that sounds like a fair compromise.
All right, to Niwa it is.
All right, we'll stop on the way and get camping supplies.
There's some stores on Niwa now. It's grown,
It has.
according to my contacts. She keeps saying to stop by that she's just opened up her nightclub. She's very adamant about it.
Well, she did seem like the kind that would run a good nightclub. I'm surprised I didn't know you kept in contact with her.
She's been feeding some information about scrupulous people that pass by in this region. Where do you think I get all my tips from?
I just figured you were a genius.
Well, you don't have to butter me up that much. And she goes back, turns the chair, goes in the console, and prepares the ship for takeoff.
Under his breath, Garibaldi just kind of mumbles something to himself. Like, this was always easier when I was a woman.
But yeah, if there's no more roleplay between the two of you, you head Faye plots a course back to, plots a course to the Niwa system for
We do.
a getaway. Is there any more roleplay, or that you want to do, or not?
Nah, we'll head back.
All right. Going to move over to the Coulson. After your long speed of plot trip, you finally arrive in orbit of New Atlantis, a ocean world with only a few land masses, and one of the large land masses happens to be where the colony called New Atlantis is at.
Bridge to Captain Solon. We have just arrived in orbit.
Very well. I'm on my way to the bridge. Which probably means he's stepping around his desk and walking through a door. Assume standard orbit and notify the colony that we've arrived.
Aye, sir. Standard orbit now.
And a few moments later, you get hail or receive a hail from the planet surface as the ops officer looks to you. Shall I put it on screen, Captain?
Yes.
As the image on the screen changes from the beautiful view of the planet, a man sitting wearing a white security uniform, and in the background you can see an ocean, some pretty pillars. USS Coulson. I take it you've arrived to deliver the supplies.
That is correct.
I am Minister Rizion. Welcome.
Honored to meet you, and sir, I am Captain Solon.
Very well. As soon as you beam down the supplies, I wish you to take a prisoner we've recently taken into our custody. A Paklid smuggler. He's attempting to sell a new designer drug called Daydream. I'm sure he's wanted by Starfleet, or at least the Federation. At least according to the securities record that we've got on him.
Very well. I hope he did not. I trust he did not cause too much harm before he was apprehended.
Not a whole lot, though. I would prefer that Starfleet gets to the bottom of this drug. It's quite, potent.
Indeed. The use of mind-altering substances is illogical and dangerous. Very well. Provide coordinates for the beam down of the supplies. I will send my first officer down to retrieve the prisoner.
As you wish. Good day. And he closes the channel. They receive the coordinates, sir.
Very good. Operations officer, coordinate with the cargo bay and begin transport. Commander Vogel, work with the chief of security to bring the prisoner on board.
Aye, sir.
Go ahead and pull up his file and see who it is we're getting.
Reason Con Diff 1?
Use a momentum. I think I would roll better than that.
He is he's a Paklid. He's a smuggler. His name is Babalad, who technically this is his first offense for smuggling drugs. However, he has smuggled other things like trinkets that would normally not be like considered like a fine. It's just the way he did it became a fine.
Explain.
It's a packlet. It's really kind of hard to explain. Like he
He didn't
smuggled.
fill out the proper form.
Yeah, essentially is what it is.
You know, like he would be like transporting like furniture and forgot to fill out the customs form.
Are there active warrants for this packlet?
None at the moment. Seems to have a pretty clean record up until the current arrest.
Perhaps before we deprive this individual of his liberty, we ensure that there is sufficient probable cause to detain him. I will leave that up to your discretion, Commander.
Aye, sir. And I'll just point to the security chief. Nod. Start heading toward transporter room. Yeah, I'll probably bring security chief and a security detail. Oh, the Chief Simon?
Yeah, crew rotations. Station was blown up, so they get reassigned. The Atlanteans report ready for transport.
All right, let's do this. Got the coordinates, Chief?
I do indeed. And yeah, you beam down. You could literally smell, well, taste the salt in the air. As you know, beam down, beautiful white marble. The colony here, they're taking their utmost to recreate a replica fantasy of what people perceived Atlantis to be like.
Sorry, girlfriend Edgar. I heard something about salty air.
You could taste the salt in the air. The scenery is it's a beautiful white marble, very almost like ancient Greek like in terms for structure. The climate is warm but not hot. It's a very nice cool breeze from the ocean as you're greeted by a man wearing a uh, essentially a white security type uniform. Approaches to you. You must be from the Colson. Please, this way.
Yes, I understand. Do you want us to transport a prisoner?
Yes, Packlid, though his security record is odd at best, this is his first major offense. And frankly, we want him off our planet.
What makes his record so odd?
Well, the improper forms he's laid out gets him into unique security violations. I take it you did see the one where he failed to properly document fruits and vegetables.
Do you have a full cargo manifest?
Well, this one, he caught him attempting to sell a new designer drug called Daydream, according to him, to some of our younger folk. We confiscated his ship and found multiple vials of the drug, all currently in holding.
You said he was attempting to sell this substance.
He was, along with smuggling onto the planet.
Do you have samples of this drug so that we may analyze it?
You can take the drugs with you. We'll have them
We'll
transported.
analyze. If you don't mind, I'll have them analyzed here before transport, just to ensure proper containment protocols while they're being transported.
As you wish. Do you wish to question the prisoner first, or do you wish to analyze the drug?
I'd like to know what we're working with first before I interrogate the suspects.
Well, this way, I'll take you to analysis. And it's a little bit of a walk, and you sort of take a transit over to another part of the colony. And you walk into essentially it looks like a medical ward. And you can tell this colony looks to be very well funded in terms for construction. Especially
Is this a Federation species?
Yeah, they're all humans. Whoever is
Is this
behind
quite a
it.
nice... Oh, I was gonna RP. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
It's a nice colony you have here.
Yes, the creators wish to create a new Ryza. One on the myth of Atlantis.
Well, I'm sure, given that there's not much vacation planets down in this sector of space, it might be most welcome.
That's what they're hoping for. And as he escorts you into an house room, a doctor comes up. You must be from Starfleet. I'll bring out the drug sample.
Have you run any preliminary scans?
I did. It's some sort of hallucinogen.
If you wouldn't mind giving me a copy of that data so I can send with my own sensor data
Of course.
to be analyzed.
And she puts everything on a pad and hands you the pad. And she kind of just motions to the analysis table. Please help yourself.
Yeah, no, I'll go up and take out my tricorder and just give it a preliminary scan. I'm not looking to analyze it. I'm just looking to get like its molecular structure so I can send it back to the ship for
Okay.
analysis.
This will be so you're gonna want to get the chemical compound of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
like just like the basic scan, enough to send up to the ship for them to analyze it.
Oh, you just want to scan and send it up to the ship?
Yes.
Well, they'll just make this a control science difficulty 2, then.
Because otherwise I'm gonna have to call for like a doctor or something.
I
I
mean,
don't think this would be botany, would it?
no, this would be chemistry.
Okay. I didn't know if it was made out of natural plant stuffs. Control science, you say?
Yeah.
Diff 2. I'll use a momentum. Good thing I could re-roll one.
And yeah, you got the chemical analysis of the sample and you send it back up to the ship. What are you wanting the ship to come back with you with?
I'll just come up to him. Await team 2, Colson.
I believe that would be the captain or.
Colson here.
Sir, I'm sending up analysis of the substance that they claim is the illegal substance that they were trying to sell. I'm sending up a sample for analysis to ensure that it is indeed a controlled substance, and for us to instill a proper containment protocol for the substance if we need to transport it out of here.
Very good. I will forward it on to the doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Salon to medical.
Sick bay here.
Commander Vogel has sent up scans of an unknown substance. You had a thorough analysis.
Well, it'll take a half hour. Or at least give me a half hour and I'll get some data to you.
Very well. It is the planet. The individuals on the planet below claim that it is an illegal substance. It is the nature of the inquiry.
Understood.
Very good. Bridge out.
What else are you doing, Vogel?
So once I get that going, I'll probably turn to him. So what can you tell me about this pack lid?
The security chief goes, he's just, well, have you ever met a Packlid?
Can't say that I've had the pleasure.
They are a unique bunch. It's a miracle they ever, well, can use warp drive. This way, if you wish to see the Packlid.
I'll just nod.
And yeah, he escorts you to the security center, which, like the rest of the city, is a very nice, city. It's a little bright because of all the marble, but it, beautiful trees, landscaping, occasional statue of a, Greek god or goddess. And yeah. You arrive at the security station and you see a Packlid behind a security force field.
So I'll go up to him, flanked by my security. I'll attempt to call him by name. What is his name?
Babylad?
Babalad, I am Commander Sarah Vogel from the USS Colston.
You are Starfleet.
Yes. It's come to my understanding that you were attempting to sell what we would consider illegal substances to the youth here.
I'm sorry, I don't know that's illegal here. May I go?
Not quite yet. I do have a few questions for you. Where did you obtain this substance?
From another trader. He was very nice.
Do you happen to know his name or his ship? Or where you traded with him at?
Would you like to purchase my medical supplies? I will be happy to sell them to you.
Is
I
that
assure
what this
you-
other trader told you they were?
They make people happy.
Of that I have no doubts. But if I were to want to purchase this substance, surely you don't have enough of it of which I would require. Do you know who I can get in contact with to get more?
I don't know. I can sell you drugs. If you want. These people don't want my product. But if you want, I'll be gladly to sell. And he gives you a smile.
Babalad, the Federation might be interested in this product, but I don't think you quite have enough for us. If you were to maybe let us get in contact with your supplier.
I could purchase more. Then you'll have plenty of supply.
Can you take us there?
He is very shy person. Only meet with special people. I'm special people.
But I'm sure if you were to make the introduction, perhaps your supplier would think that I'm a special person too.
I don't know about that. You're Starfleet. Not so special.
Babalad, there's nothing I would enjoy more than allowing you to go on your way. But I can't do that unless you let us know who we can get this supply from. These medical supplies.
Do you buy medical supplies now? May I go?
If you tell us who gave you these medical supplies.
Fellow trader. He only deals with special people.
Babalad, how did you get to this planet?
I have ship. Very fast ship. Very powerful ship.
Is it on the surface or in orbit?
It's here on surface. currently in care.
Thank you. I might come by later with more questions.
Am I free to go? Will you not buy my product? I thought you wanted product.
I do want the product. But I also want to see if I can get more of it, more than you could provide.
I can always get more. More than you need. And he just kind of sits there and nods his head, smiling.
I might come back and ask you about that. In the meantime, I'm afraid you're going to have to stay here.
These people are not so nice. Will not tell me when I am free to go. I've done nothing wrong.
That's what I'm looking into, to see if you have done anything wrong.
But you are a buyer. You want drug to make you happy.
You know what would make me really happy? The opportunity to meet your supplier.
I cannot do that. Supplier very shy. He may not trade with Babel, but again, I must honor our agreement.
I understand. I'll be back. And I'll begin
Okay.
walking away. And I'll exit this room. And talk to the security guy who escorted us.
As you can see. Interesting fellow.
He mentioned that he had a ship on the surface.
Yes, we impounded it not long ago.
You mind if we have a look?
Be my guest.
It's my reason to believe that he was given these thinking they were medical supplies.
You suppose that?
I mean, of course,
You seem pretty convinced
after
on
the
what they do.
analysis. I mean, after analysis, I'm sure they'll prove to be not the case, but if we can figure out who his supplier is, we might be able to stop the smuggling of this.
I'll take you to the impound. And it takes a little bit to get there. It's a little away from the. It's not. Well, it's near. They have like a little sort of starport area where small craft can land at. It's kind of set off to the side from the rest of it, and it's kind of the only ship there. In terms for like this particular area, that's kind of walled off and like guarded heavily, and it's roughly around the size of like a runabout. So it's a fairly decent sized ship, but it looks like it's been just. It looks like a scrap heap. Like things welded together, slapped on. Parts that look like they're clean on. Some parts look like they're from Orion. Just like a kick-bashed ship that's just thrown together and somehow flies.
Sounds like a Packlet ship. Well, Simon, you know what to do. Be careful, though. We don't know what kind of traps or hazards there might be. And so I'll have Simon do like a security sweep just to make sure we're not going to run into like falling bulkheads or exploding consoles or anything.
It's Insight Security Engineering difficulty 2.
Take a threat. Ugh.
Was Simon
I'll
not rolling
re-roll
that?
it. Oh, yeah, I should. Simon should roll that. Sorry. What'd you say it was?
Insight Security or Engineering difficulty 2. Does he have both?
He does not have a talent. No, but I could probably give it to him.
Honestly, he's been used so much. Like, he should have, like, tons of upgrades.
He's actually. Actually, this would be the 4th.
Yeah, just give him a talent.
Yeah, I'll give him both.
I feel like he's been used more. It's just no one's marked it.
Yeah, it's just weird because it says 6/4/2020,
Character's been
and then
around
there's
for-
like, and then there's like a question mark for 4/22/21, but then there's like upgraded by adding a value above that. So I don't know.
I mean, he's been used since the Tereskova, so he's been around a long time.
Yeah, but we always had a security officer. I don't know if you actually saw use.
Fair. Yeah, he
There we go. For the comp.
he doesn't find any like traps per se, but as he goes to activate one of the consoles, he nearly accidentally flips the security, like a security alarm system, gain a momentum, and Kylos is like, that was close. So yeah, what do you wish to do?
I want to. So there's a couple things I want to do. Number one is I want to pull the navigational logs to see where he's been. And then I would like to pull the communications log to see if I could figure out who his supplier is.
Reason plus con difficulty of 2, complication range 2 for the navigation logs.
If I use the momentum. Ugh. I used the necklace to reroll the comp.
His navigation logs show his last stop was an open space near the Niwa system.
Does it show any meetings with any ships out there?
Well, that's just navigation logs. It doesn't show ships.
Oh,
that's different. So it just shows like his last stop was an open space for a few hours.
Okay. So I'll just turn it to Simon. Well, that's interesting. He stopped in this point in space for a few hours. Think it might be a meeting point?
Probably. I don't know where DS-17's gone, so could easily be out of range for any ships. Good place to do a drug trade.
See if you can't pull any communication logs. I'll see if I could pull up any sensor data.
communication logs, that's going to be reason plus engineering, diff 1. And sensor data would be reason science or engineering, diff 1.
All right, this will be for Simon. Thank you, Simon. What would you say for the other thing?
Reason science.
Take a threat. Astrophysics, stellar cryptography.
That's for ships, so starship recognition.
Okay, never mind.
Gain of momentum. There is one vessel. It appears to be an Orion, typical Orion barge ship. So about scale 3.
Well, if you dealt with the Orions, I would imagine that's probably where he got the drugs.
We should report this to the captain.
There's one more thing I want to ask our Packlid friend. And then I'll inform the captain.
And speed of plot, security guy escorts you back to security station where the Packlid's at. He kind of stands up, perks up. Are you ready to buy now? I have full stock.
I have one question for you, friend. Your supplier, do they happen to be green?
No. He was red.
Red, you say? You're sure about that?
Why? Do you know my friend? Are you special person?
I'd like to think so.
Then you know his name.
Well, what's his name, just to make sure I know it?
This is a test. I think my friend would be mad at me if I gave out his name. You should tell me.
How about this? On the count of 3, we'll both say the names.
Okay,
and we'll see if they match.
This is a President's Command difficulty 2.
Oh, I'm gonna use... I kind of want this to succeed, so I use a momentum 2 threat.
Okay.
Persuasion focus?
No. It's close, but I'm thinking more of like deception, really. This is more deception.
Okay.
Like you're trying to trick the guy, so.
I mean, it's a Packlid.
I know, but I mean, I guess I'll give you, if you want it, it'd be comp 3. Persuasion.
Nah, I don't think that's worth it.
Okay.
2, I maybe take the risk, but 3, no. Hey.
Probably not gonna spend a whole lot tonight. I'll roll 4. Of course, he has terrible stats anyway, so.
This
Hey!
is not my best.
Wow. You still beat him, but that's.
Not by much.
But you get a momentum. He actually almost didn't fall for it.
He's one of the smarter ones. And then I'll just count 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to
Rex.
act like I'm going to say it.
Rex.
Oh, I knew it was the same guy. See?
I did not hear you say his name. What's his name?
Rex.
Oh, you know, friend.
I think I do.
That means you don't want to buy drugs from me.
I
To
didn't
make
say
people
that.
happy.
I didn't say that. Now did I, friend?
Am I free to go? You know, clearly no friend. So, medicine is good, not illegal.
Well, as you know, I am just a go-between between the person who I would get the supply for. So I have to make sure that the sale is okay first. If he says it's okay, then I'll take you with us as we go meet our friend Rex.
Okay.
I'll be back. And I'll exit. Away team to Colston.
This is the Colson. Proceed.
Captain, I have some news regarding our Packlid friend. I took the liberty of investigating his shuttle. I believe I pinpointed a location where he met a possible Orion freighter. I've also learned from our Packlid friend that the name of his supplier is called Rex. However, unlike in Orion, they appear to have red skin.
Has Salon gotten the report from sickbay yet?
Not yet.
This bears further investigation.
Oh,
Let's
they
bring,
do. Okay.
let us bring the Packlet on board. Take the Packlet into custody. See if they will release his vessel to us as well.
Understood, sir. They also made mention that they would like us to take the substance with us. Any worry about transportation? I don't want to bring a potentially harmful substance onto the ship.
Unknown. I am still awaiting the report from medical.
Understood, sir. In the meantime, I'll have the Packlid transported up to the ship, as well as see if we could get his shuttle transferred to our custody.
Very good. I will let you know when I receive the report from sickbay on the substance.
Understood, sir. Away team out. Is our security friend still with us?
Yeah, he hasn't really left your side.
I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name.
Rizan.
Well, Rizan, if you and your government don't mind, we would like to take the Packlid into our custody. Also, my captain requests the transference of the shuttlecraft to our custody as well, so that we may run further investigations aboard our ship. Practice
Very
this up
well.
here.
Now I was typing. Very well.
And also, once our ship's doctor deems the substance space to transport, we will take that off your hands as well.
Much appreciated.
So I'll go ahead and nod to Simon that he may proceed with the prisoner transfer.
Simon sort of, disappears, and a few moments later, he's escorting the packlet, under essentially, got shackles on. Did I do something wrong? I thought you were a friend of Rex.
We are friends with Rex. We're gonna go see him.
But friends do not need to treat friends this way. This is wrong.
Sorry, girlfriend Egro. What did he say?
He said, friends don't need to treat friends this way. This is wrong. He's pointing to the, motioning to the shackles on between his wrists.
Once we get this whole situation cleared up, I'll see about getting those shackles off you.
Then I'll be free to go?
Hopefully.
Okay, friend.
If you continue to cooperate with us. Wait, team to Coulson for the beam out.
Cue transporter sounds.
And after a while, you return to the bridge of the ship, where I'm sure your Packlet friend is currently in a nice set of accommodations.
Our luxury accommodations, I'm sure.
Very much so. Only the best for our friends. Well, sir, should we send out a search request for that Orion ship?
Yes, but seeing as our next destination is left to our discretion, Helm, set course for Niwen. Warp 7. Let us continue this investigation ourselves.
Aye, sir. Course plotted.
Engage.
And yeah. Anything else before I switch scenes?
The other thing he was that Salon would suggest perhaps it is prudent to see if we can identify an Orion using a red-skinned Orion named Rex. It is a grain of sand in a bucket. It may return results.
Can't hurt to search.
Uh, insight security difficulty 2.
Seeing as though Simon's activated, I'll have him do it.
All right.
Insight, you say?
Yep.
Take it.
This can be well. I'll roll it, but I don't have a ship sheet, but it's computer security.
You say it was 2?
Yeah.
Go fish.
Gain a momentum. Sir, the only information coming up on a red Orion smuggler named Rex is Gorham Rex. He is a Orion smuggler recently excommunicated from the Orion Syndicate, according to Starfleet Intelligence.
Say part of the Orion Syndicate?
Former.
Any
Last
known?
known- I think we were about to ask the same question.
Yes, we were. Go ahead.
Well, any last known whereabouts?
Starfleet Intelligence does not have any whereabouts on where he's currently operating at. He was last seen in Klingon space, fleeing the Orion Syndicate.
Well, at least we have a primary suspect.
Very well. Then, Commander Vogel, you have the con. Inform me when we have reached our destination.
Aye, sir.
All right, we are gonna head back to change scenes. So you go down on momentum as we head back to Niwa, where Garibaldi and Faye have just landed. And as you're landing, you see a Raven class starship and a man entering the essentially starport, heading towards this ship.
Well, look who that is, Faye. Brief.
I'll let you catch up with your friend. I'm gonna go shopping.
Have fun.
And Faye just kind of looks at you, Reef, and just gives you a nod and go easy on him, please, as she walks into town.
Yeah. Oh, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
That's a good thing, right?
Think so. Let's assume it is.
It's been a few months. How you been? Back to civilian life, but then I knew you were headed there.
Can't complain at all. Quite it's been quite unengaging. And your time spent off? Did you
I've been having a great time chasing Orion smugglers, pirates, little bounty hunting, little rescuing of kidnapped children. It's been a blast.
Freelance or deeper in?
Ah, that freelance. Just just playing hero.
Can't fault you with that.
I left Starfleet not long after you did.
Ah, did you fill out the paperwork?
Yes, unlike some people I know.
It might have gotten filled out.
Not by you.
I might still be a commander. You never know.
I I think Admiral Keller pretty much figured you weren't coming back.
That's fair, but looking around a little bit, I'll say he might have had other things on his mind.
Yeah. Shame about the station, but I hear they're building a new one.
Yeah. Here's well, I'll definitely come by and see how it turns out.
Well, it's a pretty planet. Kind of
It
hope
is.
that hopefully it won't grow too fast. There's some nice wilderness on this planet. I don't really want to see it get spoiled.
That's certainly fair. Well, hopefully the ambassador is still keeping an eye on such things.
Well, with Deep Space 17 gone, is this Federation territory? They were decide. I figure your girlfriend would be in the know.
That's certainly fair. I could certainly ask her for you, but with a bit of a shrug, uh, Arif will say, What's that matter to us now?"
Well, it's always good to know who's the authority to turn the criminals into.
Well, that's always fair, but easy enough to find out after the fact.
Fair enough. So, what brings you out here?
Uh, Doc hit me up for a favor. Asked if I could scrounge out some supplies for clinic he's building here, and managed to ask the right people, find some, and well, here I be for now.
How's the doc doing?
Um, how long is this since I left?
Not long. We just came from the noodle bar, so
Oh, oops. Um, Doc's doing pretty good. I just saw him actually. Apparently, they made it one of the priorities to reopen the noodle bar, and well, you know how happy that makes him.
What is it with that? What is it with that man and noodles?
Fair question, but you know what? As I had occasion to tell him, we all have something that we're a snob about.
Yeah, too many carbs. Difficult to keep my girlish figure.
I'd figure with all your nimble diving around laws and regulations, you'd be able to stay trim.
Well, gotta stay in shape. Chase pirates and smugglers and criminals and thieves.
All that you needed was an oh my at the end of that, and it could be in a fairy tale.
Oh my!
And the verse is completed. But um, tell me about the lady. What's going on there?
We've been having a good time. She's the perfect partner for what I'm doing.
And personally,
I don't know. Ask me in a few days.
oh, well, if you need a wingman or someone to beat up in front of her, uh, I can show you where the doctor is.
Well, finding someone to get beat up by that I mean, that's why I wanted to come back here. You know that lake in the valley on the far side? Perfect place to pop the question, but yeah, there's a bounty in the system. It's worth a lot of latinum.
Hmm, how much?
Quite a bit. Several. Everybody will say how much it is in bars of latinum. It's enough to. It's enough to be comfortable for a while. I know you don't have to worry about things like that, but us young kids, gotta put fuel in the ship.
Tell you what, GQ, I'm certainly based on my own recent um, recent events. I say go with the heart. So I'll tell you what. Why don't you take her to that lake? And if that momentary pause in your plan is what causes you to lose this bounty, tell you what, since you're right, I don't have to worry about things like that. Let's just say one way or another you'll get that, son. Go pop the question.
I appreciate that. Between you and me, she said she was going shopping. My guess is she went looking for the guy and
Well,
went shopping.
huh. I like shopping.
I mean, no reason why she couldn't do both.
I do like shopping.
Well, we should go shopping.
Let's go shopping. I'll buy something.
Well, I
Uh,
heard I heard of this the old Earth ritual that seems to be awful popular now. Maybe there's a jeweler.
huh. Well, I I've always been partial to, well, simple things like rugs and tapestries myself.
You think you can get a new rug? I got rug makers here. Let's go see what the market has.
There's one thing I wish I could have saved and brought with me. Besides you, of course, it's Ken. Even if I find a rug, I'll never be able to keep it as clean as he could.
Ah, you need a new rug. Now you have an excuse for a new rug.
I do need a new rug. It has several of them, so let's go to the shopping center and I will avail you of my disappointment when we find out there's no rugs. Why would anybody be selling rugs here, GQ?
I don't know. Trade? Some old. Apparently, maybe there's a rumor that this old, young-looking rich guy likes rugs and shops in this system.
Ah, yes, the whale food. Then allow me to play my part. I'll even buy you a rug.
Sure. I'm not sure I got room in my ship for a rug. Phase ship, really.
I'm sure you do. Plus, if the question goes well, you won't have to roll around in this one alone.
No, and if we find that bounty, we'll get a bigger ship.
Ah, that means I can get you a bigger rug.
Come on, let's go see what trouble we can't get into.
I was supposed to leave, but I can spare another couple minutes, Arif will say with a bit of a smile. And
What's to leave? You're retired. You have all the time in the world.
I know, but Nir's being a pain.
You know that woman's not leaving Starfleet for you, right?
I'm gonna get her to leave Starfleet. It's just gonna take one or two more tries.
Yeah, one or two more decades. I mean, it's a good thing you lived for millennia. You can be patient, and maybe since the two of you lived for decades, maybe you ought to be patient. Just because you've decided Starfleet's not the place for you doesn't mean she's realized that yet. And if you push her into it, you're going to push her away.
That's all fair, well and good, GQ, but I'm more of the opinion that I'm willing to place a wager on it if you're interested, because I'm gonna ignore all that.
Well, I know you're going to ignore all that, but it needs saying anyway. I mean, really, what's the rush?
Been long enough.
Like time matters to you, but it matters to me. Let's go shopping.
Time matters, just not so much the passage of it. Let's go.
The doctor's token, he goes away.
And the two of you, head off away head towards sort of the market area, or at least try to find a way to a market area. And Arif, give me insight con difficulty 0.
Oh, okay. Um, I will not be lulled into asking if I have to focus.
Observation.
No, I have a con of one, so
Oh.
uh here we go.
Gain a momentum. As you're walking, you see a little shop that says, you kind of recognize the name, which is Pan Shop of Treasures, now reopened, or it says grand new opening, and you kind of see in the window a familiar looking rug.
Are you just gonna stop? Momentum has ceased. Eyes have locked on. Oh god.
Garibaldi walks like three or four, keeps walking for 3 or 4 steps, realizes a reef has stopped, turns around, what?
I'm just gonna hold out a hand and a finger pointing at the rug on display.
That rug looks awful familiar.
Well, I'll tell you what, you soiled my last one. How about this one's on you?
Didn't soil it. I didn't destroy Deep Space 17.
You GQ one, you rolled around in it, soiling it first time, and the second time your actions directly led to DS-17 getting destroyed. Thus, my rug is somewhat on you, but everything else is not.
Probably better for anyway, because you walk in there with that look on your face, that shopkeeper will know she's got you.
Well, she owes me a favor.
Well, then get her to give it to you.
I'm not gonna get her to give it to me. I plan on paying sticker price for it, but
Twice.
I was hoping you'd pay sticker price for it.
Why? What's the use of having rich old friends when the rich old friends make you pay for stuff?
This is how the rich stay rich.
Yeah, I thought it was by living forever.
I guess that's a fair point, too. The rug can be on me.
Come on, let's go get your rug.
I'm getting that rug. Reef is gonna walk in.
Are you sure it's the same one?
It's probably not the same one, but if it is the same one, I'm just gonna take it because, well, then it's my rug. I already bought it. But if it's not, then absolutely I'd pay for it.
I just, I seem to remember Mira didn't like it very much. But you go ahead.
Mira doesn't need to know about it until after she's left Starfleet. I'm just fine having Mira thinking it was destroyed on Deep Space 17.
It's your funeral, man.
Just as long as you don't blow it.
Well, we'll just say you owe me a favor.
I'm okay with that.
Well, walk in, shopkeeper.
Big P.
Ah, Mr. Sorry, Arif. Welcome. So good to see you. Haven't It's been ages.
Way too long. Way too long. Question for you, because you
I
know
knew
me.
you would be coming back. I just felt it in my bones. Look, I brought it right here. It's waiting for you to be yours once again. Had
It,
it imported.
a new one, correct?
Yes. Uh,
You know what? Done. I'm gonna tell you what. GQ over here, you're gonna charge him whatever the sticker price on that rug is, and then you're gonna charge me double, and it's gonna go to store credit for GQ.
Fair. I'll uh, I'll wrap it for you.
How much is the rug?
It's a reasonable price. I'll just say it right now. It's a reasonable price for
Oh,
the
right.
rug. Yeah. It's not gonna. I'd say it's about a quarter of your haul from like the last bounty Ferengi, which was not that great, but
Let's not tell Faye I spent this much on a rug and then gave it to you.
Well, I'll tell you what, buy her something from the store credit you're about to get.
yeah, she takes the latinum and hands the big rug and goes like, she's barely carrying it. The old lady hands it to you. So you be staying now? You coming back?
Sporadically, of course. You know I can't miss this. Now that you're open, I have a reason to be on this planet. Now and then.
You should run for mayor. If you're no longer at the start of Starfleet, could use discount again.
Oh, wow. As much as I appreciate that, I'll be honest with you, Big P. That's it's a little limiting.
I don't know, Mayor or Reef. It's got a nice ring to it. If we change it from Mayor to Alcalde at Reef.
I've always felt Commodore was my favorite title. It's a shame they got rid of it.
It's used occasionally for fleet commanders.
Commodore Reef has a nice ring to it.
Yeah, you didn't want to stay in Starfleet.
Oh, that's worth it.
So, Caldea Reef. That's got a little alliteration to it. Rolls off the tongue well.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you and your lady friend are ready to settle down, you can come join me and Nira, and I, if you want to elect me mayor of that particular community, uh, I could use the support against her. But otherwise, I think I'm good.
Well, shopkeeper, what else you got?
Mm, uh, many things. Hold on one sec. And she kind of goes off and then comes out with a necklace and goes, part of your store credits, you should have.
It's not gonna blow up, is it?
No, and you notice like it's not. It looks like it's cheaply made. It's just like a rope necklace with a little like almost looks like a charm on it. It costs nothing, but for you, priceless. Bring you good luck. You'll need it.
Oh, I always need luck. You got any jewelry to go with it?
What kind of jewelry?
No, something that would make a lady's eyes sparkle. Maybe faint.
Ah, I think I know what you just need. And she kind of walks over, pulls out, and then this big box, and then opens it up, and you see a bunch of rings.
Those there, the gems stick up like that, they get caught on things. Oh, that one that's what is that? Well, that's almost latinum, and it's diamonds built into the band. Won't snag on anything. Not as shiny as normal diamonds, but then it won't reflect off of light, which, well, when you hold it under a certain kind of light, it'll reflect. Ah, that's almost the perfect ring for a lady that likes to sneak around, still likes to look good. I'll take it.
It will use up most of your store credits. Are you sure?
Here's a little more where that came from if you want something for yourself. What do you have that matches? I'm gonna look at GQ and say, um, I'm feeling like luck's on your side.
Well, I did. I got this lucky charm that I will thoroughly scan later.
Wait till after you
I
ask.
mm, wedding bands.
Yep.
Only if the necklace works.
Put
Do
the
not
bands up.
insult me. And she pulls out another box and holds up like matching wedding bands. Like another set of rings that like kind of match each other.
An onyx colored metal. You do know me. You know us.
I have. Well, The spirits like to commune with me.
Oh, all right. I'll take I'll take those as well. I mean, the only other thing I need is something in I don't know an Orion in the shade of red.
Who? Uh, only Ryan I know is that promiscuous one that runs the nightclub.
No, no, wrong shade, wrong gender.
Don't get too many of those folks around here.
There aren't too many of them at all. You see one, keep your eyes open. Let me know.
Now that's the
But
Garibaldi I remember. And she kind of looks to Reeve to pay up for the wedding bands.
Absolutely, I hand over my, or I offer my wrist for her to scan my, I don't know, wrist thing.
Gentlemen, have a wonderful day and please come back anytime. Well, except when I'm closed. And she slams the lid on the two jewelry boxes and places them back in for safekeeping.
Uh, Looking at GQ, I'll say, considering how good of a customer I am, I think I could get the store to open just for me.
probably, I think that comment was probably for me. But I never. Okay, maybe not never. I very rarely went into a store when it was closed. I never took anything. I left a thing or two, but I didn't take anything.
Well, I suppose in a way that makes you a version of Santa Claus.
Who?
Exactly. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now, as much as I was happy to uh, affront the cost for your lovely day, uh, well, what will lead to it, I could use some help bringing this to my ship.
Seems reasonable.
Uh,
Maybe we'll maybe we'll run into a red Orion along the way.
she places the three rings in like boxes and then in a bag and hands you the bag, Garibaldi.
Thank you. You are an excellent shopkeeper.
Please come back anytime.
I'll tell all my friends. Hey,
Just
Reef, you should come here.
I do.
Garibaldi will take his bag and help Reef carry the massive rug back to his ship.
Indeed, and Arif will uh, definitely try to take the lighter side of the rug.
Well, you are an old man.
That's fair. Just getting my money's worth. Rug the second.
Can't believe there are two of those ugly rugs in the universe.
It's only ugly because you have poor taste.
Garibaldi, Insight Security, Diff 1 as you're carrying the rug out of the store.
Damn it, GQ, notice the Orion after the rug is safe.
Well, I'm gonna give him a threat so I can activate bold just in case.
Game 2. As you're leaving the store, you notice the same rug in a slightly different color be put back up in its place.
Yeah, Arif has been a good friend today. I will be nice and not tell Arif.
That doesn't bother a reef. You can tell him, but I respect that.
I mean, not today. I'll tell him in a couple of days. It's like that. It's like, you buy a new computer, and then the day after you give them your credit card number, the same computer goes on sale. It's a variation of that.
That's fair. But at the same time, if there's two, there's more than two.
Cut over to the doctor. Doctor, on your way back to the clinic carrying a to go package of noodles with shrimp teriyaki, you notice a particular person walking out of the starport.
Hey, how are you today?
Oh, Dr. Mountain, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. How have you been? Oh, and a hint, they reopened the noodle bar down the street.
I heard.
Anyway, yeah, what you been up to? You doing all right?
I'm doing fine. I still can't get the smell of sewage out of my nose, but
Well, I can put a suppressant. I give you a suppressant in the clinic.
it's fine.
Sure,
Subsiding.
that's good. So I hear you're hanging out with Quinix, Garibaldi,
I mean,
or is he calling?
yeah,
How's he doing?
he's doing well. He actually met up with a reef. Who knows what shenanigans they're getting into?
Oh, it's hard telling with those two. But things are going well for you, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the galaxy and trying to do some little good we can. It's been fun.
Are you? I'm glad for you. You know, my clinic's always open, so if you guys need anything, I'm available. But are you still sort of in trouble with the Federation? He says quietly.
No, um,
Did they figure that out for you?
I'm pretty much in the clear on that.
I never heard what happened, but I'm glad it's turned out well.
Um, they caught the mastermind behind the whole thing, and he's living out his days um, in New Zealand.
I hope all the right people are in New Zealand these days. There's a lot going on out there.
Me too.
Do you stay in contact with any of your, I guess, call them sisters, cousins?
Well, considering I was an only batch, not
I
really.
guess. Huh. I guess that's one way of calling it. Um, your birth, I guess, would be the. Anyway, speaking of which, technically speaking, I'm not your uncle. I'm your biological father. So I don't know how to proceed, but we'll take it slowly if you're willing.
No, biologically, your DNA wise, you're her uncle, but they used a lot of your DNA on the
Oh, so I'm still uncle. Okay.
Yeah, DNA wise.
Well, whatever it is. DNA wise, I guess it's uncle, but
Technically, the closest thing to a parent she has is Dr. Sarte, the
right.
mastermind behind all like the children.
Yes. Well, I'm hoping you can see another way that your aunt, I guess, had for you. Um, to do with science and genetics and medicine in general and way of being in general, I guess. But anyway, I'm around. I'm available. If you say goodbye right now, I think that's fair if you want to. But anyway, sorry for
I'm I'm about to do some shopping. Um,
sure.
you're welcome to come along.
Yeah, I got a few more. I got some time to hang out. Actually, can I just drop this off at the office real quick?
Sure.
And I'll great. Nurse Furlow will totally want this warm. Anyway, meet you at the store or come along, and we can just do a quick drop off there if you like.
I'll meet you at the marketplace.
Great. I'll see you then. Say 15.
Sure.
All right. Uh, what are you? What are you calling yourself these days?
It's Faye. Just Faye.
Oh, you kept Faye. It did suit you. It does suit you. Anyway. 15. 1450, I guess.
See you in a little bit.
All right. Any hassles to drop off the hot meal?
And as Faye kind of waits for Dr. Mountain, she kind of like looks and sees two grown men like hustling carrying a rug towards the starport. She's kind of like her mouth drops like she just shakes her head, and then eventually you return.
You have a amused expression. What's the joke?
Um, well, I just saw a reef in Garibaldi. I'm assuming it's a rug to the starport.
Um, you can hope it's a reefs. He usually collects them, as far as I know. Did you ever get a chance to see the one in his office? That was pretty good.
I did.
Anyway,
He was very fond
was
of
there
that rug. He particularly pointing out on my first time arriving on DS17.
oh,
Made it very much
you
a point. Like, what do you think of the rug?
oh, well then, there you go. Then you saw it before I did. Then where are you shopping? We shopping?
I was gonna get some. Well, he said he was gonna buy the camping gear. I was gonna get some clothes for camping.
Yeah, outdoor gear. I think there's a provisioner not far.
All right, and the two of you walk to the clothing store, and Faye kind of starts looking around. What do you do?
I'll peruse. I'll look at gear as well. Do I notice what sort of thing she's looking at right now? Just like
Like stuff that
rain
would
gear.
well things that
Boots.
would like fit her, like jeans or like a flannel shirt. Things you would
Uh,
take to, go camping in, or well, wear to go camping in.
sure, I'll hold one she's considering. Like hangers or whatever. That's a good color on you.
Think?
Well, I mean, I'm used to wearing powder blue, so you be the judge.
I could try it on.
Well, it says it's your size anyway. But then again, different makers have different size things, and size 10 in Klingon or Ferengi is going to be totally different, probably.
Good to know.
He's trying to make small talk.
Yeah, she goes in, tries on some jeans, and then like a shirt. She comes out, like in a final
Oh,
shirt,
yeah.
and goes, "Well,
Does it feel good on you? Does
it's
it fit?
comfy."
Comfy's good. Does it keep you warm? Is it waterproof? Maybe a little bit.
I highly doubt it's
Absorbent?
waterproof.
Well, at least absorbent. Keep it away from your skin.
He did say it
Looks
was
good
near a
though.
lake.
Oh yeah, so swimming is probably in order. You probably need a towel. Do you have like a place there, or?
No, we're just going there to camp for some
Oh,
alone
camping.
time.
You got sleeping bags, tents, those kind of things.
Oh, well, hopefully he'll remember to get those things.
Yes. Yeah. We can hope that he's good at camping. Anyway, have you gone camping before?
No, this will be my first time.
Yeah. Well, if it's anything like that, the holodeck,
Is it like a stakeout?
it's like a stakeout. Oh, well, in that case. So maybe not the bright colored one there. This is more subdued.
I kind of like the pink one.
That works.
And yeah, she picks out a handful of different outfits and shirts, or
Do you have the
shirts,
kind of shoes?
pants.
Yeah. You need some boots or something?
She gets a pair of boots,
Oh, good.
and then a jacket just in case.
And you should bring a medical tricorder just in case for have it
I
handy.
have that on my ship. I'll be fine.
I know. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting. You've grown up very, very fast, and you've been taking care of yourself for a while now. So, just trying to.
Over a year old now,
I understand. I totally agree. That's it's a good age for you. But you had accelerated learning, which helped a lot. So,
Yes.
well, I'm glad you're doing well. So is it on this planet, or are you heading somewhere else on your ship?
On this planet.
Yeah. There's some nice places here. Not a bad pick. Anyway, yeah. I hope it goes well.
And yeah, she picks a couple, looks at some other things, including some swimwear. Goes, tries it on. A few hours later, there's like a handful of bags of
Yeah,
clothing.
I awkwardly carrying bags, trying to balance them on each side.
Yeah, while that's going on, what is Arif and Garibaldi doing?
Making sure the rug is safely aboard the ship before anything else.
Acquiring
You
camping supplies.
you get the rug on board the ship, and you find the perfect spot for it.
Okay, Arif's good to do with whatever GQ needs. Arif's around.
And you make sure it's a spot that where it's your own private area that someone wouldn't really come into it anyway.
Okay. The Arif cave, I can I can I can enjoy that. But I don't have to worry about it getting ruined.
I mean, Garibaldi wouldn't ruin it.
GQ, as much as I love you, your presence ruins this rug. Now, let's get out of here. You need camping gear.
I do. That hurt, by the way. That hurt both of us. All of us.
Well,
That was so mean, even Quinix felt it.
excellent.
Come on, let's go find a provisioner. I need camping supplies.
Alrighty, these ones are on you though.
Well, yeah.
After all, I do hope you know what? I do hope you report in, post, especially to me to let me know. I've got some skin in the game too now.
Well, you do. Well, I guess that'll depend on whether or not you're still on World.
There's such a thing as communications, GQ. You should remember that.
Sure. I will send you a message if you're not here. You should still be here. Where are you gonna go?
Well, I gotta go get near to do this thing, and I gotta get the doc his supplies.
I'm telling you, she's not.
A week's stay on Trophy World says you're wrong, and that next time I see you, she is out.
I don't know why you want to do that to the poor girl.
And to be clear, it's for 4.
One, I'm not sure why you want to go to that place. You know, that's almost as much of a tourist trap as Risa.
It's the gift shop. If you thought Big P shop was fun, if you've never been there, it is out of this world.
If you say so.
Where do you think they manufacture these rugs?
I don't know. I was going to ask your Frankie friend, though.
Ooh, no. I like nothing but the best. So, what do you need for the camping gear? Just the tents and basic supplies, or the whole everything?
Tents, sleeping bags. I got stuff to cook with. You know, living in a shuttle, you go minimalist.
Why didn't you guys come stay with me?
Because we like being on the road. Metaphorically.
Fair enough. After all, I suppose no one your age likes having a chaperone.
Besides, we've been busy saving people.
Noble goal. You've turned out to be quite the steed.
Been a horse.
It's a figure of speech. The noble beast.
Okay. This is one of those things from your time is on Earth.
It's from one of those things in my time that Earth got wrong. But yes,
All right, so we're gonna go. We're gonna get the narratively appropriate camping gear. Maybe even a couple of fishing poles.
Reef will abstain from purchasing anything unless there's a cool looking uh, lure, which he won't use, but he'll just take back to his ship eventually.
So, okay, you eventually find a shop that sells the appropriate camping gear. Better not to make this a roll or not, or you guys just role play it. Gentlemen, welcome to my little humble store. What can I get you?
Excellent. And how are you this afternoon?
Doing fine.
I need. I'm thinking of doing a little camping, and need. Well, supplies.
What kind of supplies?
Well, need tents, sleeping bags, cooking gear, those little camp stools, maybe a couple of fishing poles.
And rope. Don't forget rope.
Oh, we got plenty of rope. It's what you tie up the smugglers with.
Oh, okay. Sorry for interrupting.
Uh, all right. He's kind of like taking notes.
As the player behind Garibaldi hasn't been camping since he was 15. So
It sounds close to like tent. Um, he adds like some extra items on the list. And he calls out for some help, and it takes a few minutes as you guys just kind of stand, and he starts bringing out or starts setting things on the countertop. He goes, now, do you want a pop up tent, or do you want the I can do everything tent?
I want the one that goes up fairly easy.
Pop up tent it is. And he puts like this kind of cooler size box down on the table, grabs a couple of fishing poles, some bait, and goes, "Wait," takes the bait away. Where are you fishing it? Is this?
Everybody will name the lake he's headed
Oh.
to.
And he grabs a set of like fake bait. This is for the fish that live there. They usually bite.
Ah, excellent.
And puts down some essentially like fire start, like a couple like they look like I want to say it's like a looks almost like a lighter except the does a spark and able to light a campfire.
Ah, yes, that seems. That's probably more handy than just using a phaser.
You might scare the beast the other way.
Good point.
If you are hunting, are you hunting? Do you need a?
Oh, not hunting. Uh, can always use. But fishing is good enough. Besides, I kind of hunt on the. Most of the hunting I do is. Well, that seems just too much like work.
Oh no. I'm sure you could make good use of a bow.
You're a you're a disturbed man sometimes, yeah, Arif.
Oh, it's just a matter of perspective.
Yeah, in fact, most of the food we're cooking, I'm taking with me. Old Trill family recipes.
Business or pleasure?
Say again?
This business or pleasure?
The cooking?
The trip.
Oh, the camping trip is pleasure. I hope. It's either pleasure or heartbreak, one of the two.
Ah, well, the first one. That is, after all, apparently where my money is.
Well, you did put that is what you put your money on.
I'll be 4 slips of latinum.
Everybody will hand over the money.
Equivalent to 200 Federation credits.
Now, since I helped carry that rug,
It's a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
carry
stuff
this
that
back.
he packs it up as best he could, but it's a lot of stuff for one person to carry.
Will you give me a hand getting this? Help me give me a hand getting this back to the shuttle.
Yeah. I'll take the light equipment.
Figured you would.
I am nothing if not predictable. And Reef will take the light equipment.
As the two of you carrying all the camping supplies out of the prison shop, you see Faye and Dr. Mountain walking out of one of the clothing stores, and Dr. Mountain mainly carrying all the bags, mostly. Faye's holding a bag or two. And she goes, I see you got the camping supplies.
I did. I didn't find any. I didn't find anything. I didn't see any red-skinned Orions along the way, though.
You're looking for a red-skinned Orion? I'll keep an eye out.
But
Baldy, Orion?
Doc, hey, you opened your own clinic.
Yeah, needs doing around here too.
Yeah, Starfleet didn't send a doctor? Or is
Well,
Starfleet just not treating everybody that's not in the uniform?
they're in low supply around here right now, as far as I can tell. They're working on the station though.
Well, I saw the frame on my way in.
Is it going to be about the same, or are they choosing upgrades of some sort?
From the frame, it looks like it's going to be going to have the same aesthetic as D Space 17. I'm hoping they do some upgrades. I mean, the original station was almost as old as a reef.
I find that hard to believe.
Same. The metal would have degraded.
Rust, even in space. 1 particle per billion, or whatever it is. Anyway, camping sounds exciting.
Well, kind of hoping for less than exciting.
Or relaxing.
That's what I'm going for. A little relaxing.
I not expect that from you usually. You're always on the go, but guess you have to have some downtime once in a while.
Even the best battery needs to recharge.
True.
Well, some things are important enough to slow down for.
Where's your shuttle or ship?
Back spaceport, actually parked next to a reef.
At least it'll stay cool in the shade.
Okay.
I should pick one up myself someday. Although I'd have to order a pilot.
Well, they got the new holographic things. You can get a hologram pilot for you.
Oh, well, we don't have a hologram room in this place right now. So getting a pilot doesn't seem likely. Right away, anyway.
Not even the Calathian embassy doesn't have a whatever their version of a holodeck is.
Well, I haven't visited recently. They might. The ambassador might have one available. Check it on him someday. But they're very quiet people. They don't tend to, or secluded people. They don't tend to reach out that often. I
What?
don't see any invitations anytime soon, anyway.
No, Reef here's got good relationships with him.
Well, if you have a dinner party or something, it wouldn't be a bad thing to say hi again.
Always.
Did you notice I invited myself to a party? Anyway.
They're good people.
They are.
The three of you notice instantly that, as you're talking, she drops her bags and starts running straight for the starport.
Hey Doc, carry these. We'll take
Yeah.
off after her.
You catch up. And he'll
Well,
try to
Doc,
hold the rug and. What's up?
what do you say we gather up this stuff? You know what? Work smart, not hard. Why don't I stay here, guard the stuff, you scrounge up an anti-grav sled? We'll load it up and then follow them. It looks like they have an Orion to catch.
Yeah, it looks like they're on the go. Yeah, I'll go find one over at the sled shop. I don't know.
Oh, it's a colony. There's got to be one everywhere. Just
I'll find one along the way and bring it back.
While you watch the luggage
The
Reef,
luggage.
Uh, Garibaldi, you see Faye bolting, drawing her weapon, chasing. You can see like a figure, like a guy in like a long coat, a hat, and you can get a hint, like see like a hint of like red skin. Um, as Faye goes stop, goes Rex, does the motion to tell him halt. You're coming in with us. As he turns, he fires at Faye. Ouch. That is a hit. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. That is 5 to Faye. Can she have 2 momentum to avoid the injury?
Can.
Yes.
I should probably spin it there because he would have probably made that lethal. She takes like a disruptor hit, clutches her side a little bit, and then she is. The question is, you see this? You have the chance to you can go before her, or she's gonna fire.
Garibaldi. Hey, someone shot Faye. Garibaldi's going to shoot. He's going to stop and aim. And he's going to return fire.
Control security difficulty 2.
Since this is important to him, I use the join talent so I can have the hand phaser focus. And 1 threat, 2 momentum.
All right. I gain a momentum.
Just 1?
Sorry, gain 2. You re-rolling like a 0.
Actually, I am going to fish for that.
Gain 3. Roll type 2 phaser damage.
Let's see, type 2 is 4 challenge
3.
dice? 3? Okay, so it's the same as type 1. And
He's still up.
yeah, I'm going to spend 1 to reroll 3.
Okay. I'm spending 2 threats to keep for him to avoid the injury.
That's fine. Let me use quick to action to keep initiative. Or to. I always forget what that silly one does.
You spending 2 momentum to do a swift task?
Yeah.
Okay.
So diff 3 now, right?
Diff 3.
I'm going to give you momentum and 2 threat. Roll 1 of those.
To hit, roll damage. Oh. Ouch. That's 7. Ugh. So he's
If he wouldn't worth a ton of Latin, I'd have put that on kill.
total 13. Spending 3 threat. determination spin. Stay up. And then I'm going to. He went first, but I am spending a threat. Actually, two for an advantage here. As you definitely got 2 hits on him, like real good hits. He you know, kind of kneels down, clenches, and just as Faye was about to open fire, he hits a button, and he transports away.
Give you a hug. I don't want you to mess with Marilyn.
And you just see like Faye go. She kind of like kneels down, like, damn it.
Hold still. Let me see how badly you're hurt.
It's a scratch. And you can see like the disruptor wound, like it was damn close from, killing her.
Yeah, that was a little close.
Need to invest in body armor.
Now let me get you back to the ship and just be sure.
Did you get the stuff?
Arif's got it. This is more important than that. That bounty, is it alive only?
Depends on who we turn him into. It would look better on us if he was alive. We're not exactly Starfleet officers.
Yeah. I'll kill that guy. No. It'll be the first time in the last 6 months I've manipulated him on Orion into letting me kill him in self-defense.
And I'm sure you help her to your guys'.
Yeah.
Yeah, you help her into the ship, and she takes off her shirt, and see this, big black, disruptor burn on her side. And why not? Eventually, well, what do you do?
Well, Garibaldi's going to treat the wound. He's getting. She can tell he's just angry, and yet there's this undertone of concern. And he keeps mumbling under his breath, "I can't lose her. I can't lose her. I can't lose her."
Daring medicine difficulty 1. Gain a momentum. And yeah, you start patching up treating the wound and making sure it's all like, properly taken care of as you're dermal regenerating it, and she just kind of got her arm up, while you're working, and that's when Dr. Melton and Arif walk into the shuttle carrying all of your camping gear plus some clothing that Faye bought.
Garibaldi just yell out as he hears him come on board. "We'll be with you in a minute."
Just hear Arif humming to himself.
I'm just gonna set the stuff down here, and we'll wait.
What's
Look.
taking so long?
Look, Faye, I had a whole thing planned for this, but that shot, damn, almost lost you. There's
Got lucky. That's all. He just got lucky. Sorry.
not your fault. I just hate the idea of putting off till an uncertain tomorrow what I can do today. Like I did a little shopping while I was out.
Bought a rug. Or we have bought a
No,
rug.
well, I helped a reef buy a rug. And then he'll pull out the appropriate box. I got this too. Um, I I don't want to do it without you anymore. I don't ever want to be without you. And I want to make sure that you're a permanent part of my life. Not just a partner in gallivanting across the universe is heroes for hire or whatever we get ourselves into. I want you to be my wife. If you'll have me. Kind of planned on doing this at the camping, but that disruptor shot was too damn close.
Every time you see him, he's a sweet guy.
Hot mic, Doc.
Talk about cats.
He's doing better than me because I think mine hadn't had her treats yet, so she ain't talking to me.
You could see Faye as she's kind of pretty much sitting on like a table, like
Yeah, by now Garibaldi's kneeling in front of that table.
it's beautiful.
I thought it kind of just got the different elements of it kind of represented, well, who we are. Just want us to be who we are as long as we are.
She kind of you could tell she's like stumbling for words and she's starting to tear up a little bit. Yes, I'll marry you.
Now Garibaldi's going to tear up a little and give her a big hug.
As you give her a hug, she reaches in to kiss you.
Oh, absolutely. That's why we made the doctor and the reef stay out. And just for character, Arif is really old fashioned, so kissing is as far as they've ever gone.
Excellent.
I guess congratulations are in order.
Well,
You
as you get done, she much like you might want to see to them as she heads into her room to grab another shirt.
The reef will come out. Ah, thanks for grabbing that stuff.
Oh no, of course.
We we ran into she ran into our bounty.
You catch him?
Unfortunately, not. I got 2 good shots in on him.
That's okay. There's always tomorrow. It's simply a day away.
Yeah, well, before I got 2 good shots on him, he got 1 good shot in on Faye. So
You okay?
yeah, I treated the injury, but well, you made a good investment, Arif.
I tend to go after sure things. Congratulations, you two.
Thank you. And
Okay.
Doc, we're gonna be family.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be the pretty famous side of the family. Yeah, pretty and famous, but we'll be family.
Well, they might even name a medal after me after some of my surgeries, but anyway, yeah, you are the good-looking one, that's for sure.
For the record, I am ordained in dozens of systems.
We'll
I mean, you got to have some time for the whole, get to know you phase.
Just throwing it out there. Gotta plant the seed.
if you officiate, Arif, who's gonna stand by my side?
I know a guy.
And I mean, Doc, you're the closest thing she's got to family. Need someone to give her away.
If she'd want to, yeah.
Well,
course.
you're right. That. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's her decision.
Yeah. Gonna have to decide things together these days. So what about your bounty? You said you got away, right?
Hey,
You saw it
transported
public,
away.
or are you leaving to chase them, or what's going on?
You
We
know,
might. But
why bother? Listen, the two of you have been through an ordeal and have just both been blessed by wonderful news. Why don't you take a couple days off?
Maybe we
that
should
actually sounds like an excellent idea. I do have all
go
this
to,
camping gear.
you want to put the camping gear to waste.
No, definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, we can get away for a couple of days.
I hear that there's a lake on this planet that's unbelievably excellent.
Oh yeah, it's a nice crater right under the red mist. It's where we were going. In the meantime, I could use someone to scan for that transporter signature.
I could.
Suppose we should notify Starfleet that we verified that guy was here.
Well, those are the types of decisions that are now above my pay grade.
Well, everything's above our pay grade. That's great.
Makes life easier. Makes getting things done easier.
Well, a couple of days You know how much of a hothead I am. A couple of days to cool off probably be a good thing. 'Cause right now, I want to kill that guy, and he's worth more alive.
How much more?
Enough to keep him alive. Plus, Faye's got a point. We're civilians, so it'd probably be better on us if we don't kill him.
Well, I think you know me well enough to know that that's always going to be the advice.
Well, yeah. But what if it was nearer he shot?
Then she'd be killing him.
That's a good point.
I wouldn't be stupid enough to get in between that.
No. You could hold him. You got to participate a little.
I
Plus, you know,
I would try to advise her of another way. I would fail, mind you, and I wouldn't mind too much, but gotta give it the effort.
well, it is almost 500,000 credits. I guess that's worth keeping him alive.
You know my view on that generally.
Well,
It's a fair thing.
you're a doctor. Doctors are supposed to think that way. I'm not a doctor anymore.
That doesn't mean you're not supposed to think that way.
Well, it's a moot discussion anyway. He's worth more alive. Like I said, I'm just hot headed. Couple of days to cool off, be good. Plus, I just got engaged. Ought to celebrate.
Sounds like almost worthy of a hot plate of noodles.
No, I was thinking good food.
Shots fired.
Well, I've already had some today, so I'm good.
About this time, Faye like walks out with clearly a different shirt on.
Ah, look at you. You look like someone who just got engaged.
She kind of holds up her hand and shows the ring. I'm assuming you helped pick him out.
Oh, I can assure you, GQ took the lead in all of that.
Good to know.
Congratulations, Faye.
Thank you.
You're well just told us.
Well, a little too late to head out to the campsite now. Dinner?
Dinner.
Sure. Sounds delightful.
Fantastic. I heard a reef was buying.
Me too.
Yeah, I heard that too.
All right, as the four of you are gonna go ahead back into town to get something to eat, I'm gonna cut over to Vogel. Commander, we have arrived in orbit over Niwa.
Very good. Place us at standard orbit. Bridge to Captain Solon. We have arrived at the Niwa colony.
Very good, Commander. Are you We notify the outpost of our presence.
Aye, sir. Go ahead and hail the colony.
Commander Vogel, USS Colston, welcome to the Niwa colony and to Outpost 17.
Thank you for the welcome, Commander.
How may we help you?
We were bringing supplies here, right? Or was that the other place?
That was the other place? Why? Roland was trying. He sent us some requests. I don't know whether or not it's up to Solon if for some medical supplies for one of the local clinics. He's trying to get some.
Well, Solon would see the logic in supporting the local clinics, but we also came because this is where near here was where our Pakled friend met his source.
Yeah, I knew about that. I just didn't know if we were coming here anyway.
I don't think it was on our schedule.
It wasn't on the schedule, but
We are investigating rumors of a smuggling operation in the area.
Yeah, there's been some smugglers. We've been trying to crack down on that. Commander Lane is currently on patrol on a lead on a Orion smuggling ship.
Makes me think that might be the same ship. Unfortunately, I didn't see Commander Lane out there in space, otherwise I would have told her to hurry up and come home.
Noted. I'll see if I can get in touch with her, see if she's got any updates.
We do have a name and ship description. Perhaps she can spread some light if it's the same one or not.
Oh, let me check real quick. The name doesn't ring a bell, but the ship was just seen. It left 15 minutes ago.
From here?
It did. Wasn't registered as a smuggling ship.
Do you happen to get a location of where they went? A direction of where they went? Yeah, direction of where they went.
Unfortunately, we have to rely on the Sentry sensors for that, and currently we don't have infrastructure on the colony other than the sensor buoy. It ran out of the buoy's range 5 minutes ago. Headed on to the other side of the planet.
Well, I'm sure I could extrapolate a course from that information. Perhaps even ask the Sentry to join us in our search.
See if she can get back in time.
In the meantime, you mentioned needing supplies.
Yes, we could use some medical supplies for one of the local clinics. I believe you're familiar with the doctor.
I don't mind if I do.
Dr. Mountain? He's still here?
He's running his own private practice now.
Good for him. And I'll kind of look around the bridge, and I'm sure people are kind of staring at this point because it's kind of getting a personal thing. Oh, sorry, Captain.
Carry on, Commander.
Just going to ask you, sir. The colony requested medical supplies from Starfleet a while ago. They some of the local clinics are in need of some stock. Just wondering if we could help them out in any way.
It seems consistent with the mission of Starfleet. What about our quarry?
As luck would have it, sir, they have just left this system about 15 minutes ago. I was just getting ready to work on extrapolating a course.
Very well. Do so. Bridge to sickbay.
I'll kind of cough as the screen is still up. The comms are still up.
Solon actually wants the commander to hear this.
Sickbay here.
Put together a relief package for the clinics on the planet's surface and transport. Do it with haste, as we'll be leaving the system very shortly. Will that meet your needs, Commander?
I'll get us by for a while, so we can get a little bit more of some official relief going. Appreciate it, Captain.
You are welcome. It is, again, consistent with the mission of Starfleet. You require other assistance while we are in the system. Though we will not be here long.
No, I actually need to go investigate a shooting over in the starport.
Well, then I will let you get to it, Commander. We will...
It's where the shuttle departed from, unless you wish to join. I can send you a full report when we've concluded it.
Solon will turn to Vogel. Commander Vogel, do you wish to assist Outpost 17 while I pursue the Orion?
On your order, sir.
I believe you have former companions down on the planet that you may wish to socialize with when your duties are done. That would be acceptable.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very well. As soon as you have that course trajectory for me, you may transport down to the planet with the medical supplies.
I'll get on that right away, sir. And I'll head over to a science council.
Roland kind of is like, we'll let you know when we receive the supplies, Commander.
Very good, Commander. I'll be sending my first officer to assist and accompany you on your investigation.
Appreciate that.
Very good. Coulson out.
Reason con, difficulty 2. To extrapolate a course.
Astrophysics or stellar cartography?
I'll take stellar cartography.
Reason?
Yeah, reason con.
Take a momentum 2 threat. Why not?
Oh. 3 momentum gained.
Where were these rolls earlier?
Waiting for this moment.
You found that you kind of plotted the course. You saw that the ship, it didn't exactly leave the system because it's a trinary system. It appears that it sort of looped around and then went to another part within one of the other, towards the binary pair. Like there's two stars that more like really close together, with a few planets in orbit there around there, like a few planets that are in like an exotic orbit there, and then this is the more stable star
Mhm.
that's got a few planets here.
Sir, as luck would have it, they still might be in system. It looks like their trajectory took them to the binary part of the system. There are a few planets located there.
We're able to pinpoint the most likely one for him to have landed on.
I'll send that over to Helm, sir.
Very good. So if you departed the ship, we'll go hunt him down. That is the right phrase, yes?
It is, sir.
I mean, to apprehend him, sir?
Exactly.
I see you have gotten better at human sling.
I have been trying. I'm told it makes the bridge crew more comfortable.
Let me get down with the medical supplies so that you may start your hunt.
Very well.
And I'll head to transporter room.
And yeah, you head to the transporter room, beam down to the surface of the planet, where you're greeted by Roland. And he motions to a couple of his officers to take the medical supplies that beam down with you. Make sure those get to Dr. Mountain's clinic.
I'll quickly
Commander?
come up to the ship that transport was successful.
The ops officer will acknowledge the transmission. The Coulson has probably left orbit already.
And so Vogel will jump off the pad, start running toward Roland, but then remembering, about to hug him, but then remembering he's the whole physical touch weirdness he has, she'll back off.
It's okay. It's good to see you.
You as well. Would seem today the universe is not as big.
Well, I'll just say it's been a lucky day. Shall we head to the starport, see what evidence we can gather? My security personnel is already cordoned off. Apparently, there's 4 individuals. I believe it's Mr. Garibaldi's ship. Well, not Garibaldi's. His companion friend, Faye Hawkins, gets registered to.
Garibaldi and Faye are on planet 2?
So is a reef. This ship is parked right next to them.
Huh, I might have to look them up later. Call it a reunion.
It's been 6 months. And yeah, the two of you walk to the starport. You and Roland kind of make a casual conversation. Catching up, and you arrive. He nods to the security personnel, and just as like that, you see Arif, Dr. Mountain, Garibaldi, and Faye walk out of Faye's ship.
Sarah, hi. Good to see you.
Doctor?
Admiral on deck.
Not quite yet, sir.
Vogel.
Why am I not surprised that when I hear phaser fire and spaceports, you're somehow involved?
I don't know why. I'm innocent as the driven snow.
Likely story.
Well, if you don't mind, I think we would like to ask you a few questions.
Ask away.
What are
Um, there
Commander?
was phaser fire and disruptor fire reported here at the starport, along with a vessel that escaped shortly afterwards. Care to explain? Are you involved in this, or
Yes.
Well, we
Miss
had
Hawkins and myself are we're hunting a Rex. He says the whole name. I can't remember the guy's whole name.
Gorham Rex, also known as Red Eye Rex?
Gorham Rex, aka Red Eye Rex. Miss Hawkins here spotted him in your marketplace. We pursued him to the spaceport. We demanded she demanded him to surrender. He shot Miss Hawkins. I returned fire. I hit him twice. Before I could take him into custody, he managed to transport away. With Miss Hawkins having been injured, I prioritized her condition over catching the fugitive. I can always catch him again later.
Do you have the weapon you used to use in the incident?
I have my phaser, yes.
If you don't mind handing it over temporarily while we verify that your weapon signature matches the ones that were fired, and security logs account for your statements.
That's fine. You're not going to try to put me in prison again, are you, Commander?
I'm not going to try and put you in prison again.
All right.
Just
And
want to get a good
Garibaldi
on the
will-
things. You say it was true. You're both lucky to be alive. And I need to remind both of you that you are civilians, despite the trade you've gone into.
Of course. I did return fire in self-defense.
I
In defense of Garibaldi just going to get a goofy grin on his face for a minute. Miss Hawkins. Your station sensors should be able to verify that the disruptor fire happened first.
Well, be the sensors around the starport. And he waits for a moment and just kind of looks to Vogel to kind of keep him occupied while, he kind of checks with one of the security officers.
Both you guys.
So this Rex you're looking for.
Yeah, red-skinned Orion. Into some fairly serious illegal drug smuggling, among other things.
Oh, what the hell was that? The name of it?
Daydream.
It wouldn't happen to be a substance called Daydream, would it?
Everybody will look towards Faye to verify, since she's the one that had the bounty paperwork.
Didn't mention the drug name, but he mentioned a whole bunch of other illicit activities, from human trafficking to smuggling and weapons trafficking. Guy pretty much deals in everything and everyone.
Definitely sounds like the same guy we're currently trying to track down. In fact, our ship might be hot on his trail as we speak. Also seems he might have enlisted a pack lid to do his bidding.
A what?
Pack lid?
Really?
I think
Is it-
he convinced him by saying it was medical supplies that make people happy.
Well, from a certain point of view. Your ship is en route, huh?
How else would I have gotten here?
I was thinking en route to check. Well, maybe I'll get lucky and he won't catch your captain won't catch the guy.
What's your interest in this, Rex?
A
Just
million credits.
well, if Captain Solon cared about money, he might be interested in the bounty. I-
I don't think Starfleet officers can accept the bounty. I think you just get to arrest them.
Well, I would say you might have a race. Solon is a very competent captain. Once he has his eyes set on something, he tends to get it.
Huh. Well, Faye, dinner or bounty?
Just as you say that, Rowan like hands you back your phaser and goes, "Everything checks out."
Thank you, Commander.
There's always other bounties. Who knows? He might come back.
Well,
I
we're
was
gonna
kind
go
of
have
hoping.
dinner. Maybe Sarah, you two could join us.
We're celebrating.
We are celebrating.
What's the occasion?
Faye just holds up her hand to show the finger, her finger with the ring on it.
I know I've been gone a while, but
Yeah, Faye agreed to make an honest man out of me.
I don't think that was part of the bargain, but I wasn't there, so I don't know.
well, I suppose if there's anyone who can make an honest man out of you, it would be Faye.
She would know all your tricks at least.
Exactly what I was thinking. Plus, I'm hopelessly in love with her, so
There's that.
It's always a good start.
I must have missed a lot in the last 6 months.
yeah, where have you been?
Mostly back on Earth, helping my sister reacclimate.
How is she doing, by the way? And the fam?
To be honest, she's having a bit of a difficult time.
It's a big transition for her.
Yeah, she tends to be very distrusting of people at the moment. Very reserved, very cautious.
Well, if anybody can help her, you can. But there's plenty of fine people who can guide her to where she's going.
But you've been seeing a counselor.
Yes. And they thought it would be best if my parents watched over, given the location of their conservation ranch,
Sure.
in the middle of nowhere, away from most people. Seemed to be one of the better spots to try to help her rehabilitate.
Well, I hope it works out.
Oh, sorry. What was that, Doctor?
I hope it works out for her.
I hope so too. It's hard to see her like this.
Well, that's natural. It'll take time, but I seem to remember you got good folks.
Best in the galaxy, if you ask me.
Indeed.
Well, enough about me. I believe we're here to celebrate.
That's right, Commander. Where's the good place to eat on this rock? It's not a noodle place.
Well, they just opened up, but there's a couple really good restaurants not far from downtown Main Street.
There
down.
is.
Is there?
There is. Doctor.
There is.
Well, Commander, it's your planet or your station. You know the place best.
Well,
Lead on.
Sure. Motions to the security guard to, keep the place locked down. Well, kind of motions the Vogel like his hand, like, follow me.
Who's doing the leading? Sorry.
Roland's doing the leading to a nice restaurant. Say a steakhouse of some kind.
Chez Picard.
Place with good breadsticks.
Oh, good breadsticks are a must. Or just good bread with olive oil and the spices in the olive oil.
I'm okay with that.
So, Roland, did you and your teams get a chance to check out that crew section?
No, had locked down the spaceport, so didn't get a chance to head over there.
Are we keeping you from your duties?
No. Honestly, I was going to plan on doing that in my free time. It's kind of hard to get a shuttle over there and do a little scavenging. Hit it up tomorrow.
Never know, Commander. Your rug and desk might have survived the impact.
That'd be unfortunate since he just paid a small fortune for another one.
It did. I have a replacement, and it's something to celebrate. Dinner's on me.
What's a small fortune to a reef?
It was a small fortune to GQ.
It was a nice rug.
It's worth every credit. It is the rug that binds us all.
Oh, does that mean you're gonna let me roll around in this one?
I hope not. Time will tell.
Maybe it's better you don't find the old rug. I believe there might be some blood wine stains on it.
If there are,
Yeah.
those are not my fault.
The hell did you do in my office, Sarah? Arif will ask with mock annoyance.
She'll just kind of give a smirk. Sometimes, Commander, things are better left unsaid.
Yeah, Reef will nod at that one. He can get behind it.
You guys enter a very nice steakhouse where like they serve steak, some Italian food. Um,
Molto bene.
After a while, like get the whatever drinks you want and get your dinner order in, and Roland kind of looks at Fanger, was like, "So, when's the big day? Or have you decided a date yet?"
We just started talking about that.
Faye kind of like looks scared, like, "Well, he did just propose, so." Or like I, Sasha's like, "Was that before or after you got shot?" Sorry, that's the prosecutor in me.
Well, you are who you are, I suppose.
It is a valid question, though.
It's well, to be honest, it's the proposal was why we came to this planet. But she was going to do it on the camping trip, but after what happened in this shipyard, well, it just reminded me that sometimes waiting, putting things off. Sometimes you put off until it's too long, too wet, too late. And not willing to do that. Some things are so important that you don't put them off.
Ain't that the
Which,
truth?
which I know, Reef, that's the opposite of what I told you with Nira, but you have centuries.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is some things are important enough that you don't put them off.
No, don't play with it.
Well, I can drink to that. He sort of grabs his glass and raises it up.
Cheers.
Here, here.
What? He raises his glass in one hand and the other one raises up to try to catch a waiter's attention for the next round.
So, Doctor, tell us about this clinic of yours.
Sure. Couple streets over, and basically, I've been Nurse Frola came with me. She is working at the clinic with me. We're setting it up. Had it for a little while now, and getting things going. I try to keep it open to everyone, whoever may need it, and it's been working out pretty well. I'm hoping to get some supplies. to refresh it. We're just starting out, so every little bit helps, And hopefully, Reef can pull some strings or whatnot.
I'll give it a shot.
And thanks. And then, yeah, it's a lot more relaxed than on the starbase or on the ship. I spent plenty of time doing that. And when I was younger, I thought the excitement of doing it was enough. But I've had plenty of thrills, especially you all know recently. So I'd take some time, just go back to my roots, I guess, and help people. But I won't have to do surgeries on ambassadors or captains or anyone necessarily on a weekly basis. But if they are in front of me, I will totally help them. That's for sure.
We didn't keep you that busy on DS-17, Doc.
Well, I hear you. I exaggerate for drama, but yeah.
Well, you still had your moments, though.
Thanks.
I mean, unless of course the Klingons were in town and then couldn't keep sick bay empty.
Then it was definitely full. Yeah, for sure. The staff there was great. I would highly recommend any of them. But it's not there anymore, and thought it was time for a change. So this clinic is working out pretty nice.
Well, Vogel, what's it like to be the last of us still in Starfleet?
It certainly is weird.
It doesn't have to be.
I mean, I guess it makes sense after all the recent events to get out, especially when some people try to put you away.
Oh, that's not true. We liked him. How are things going with him? That's right. You're right here. We like you.
You're him.
We're trying to make it work.
Well, good.
Given his new posting as the basically having your job, Arif, and my posting as first officer, we haven't really seen each other in 6 months.
Well, that's no way to live. At least for
Oh.
long term, but you can make it work, I'm sure.
Any
Yeah.
chance your ship will be posted in this area?
I believe the Colson is scheduled to be in this area. With the recent, well, changes to the ship lineup in the region, I think the ambassador was the ideal choice. At least the way Keller saw it.
Well, not for nothing, but it might make your professional life a little bit more difficult for a week or two. But I'd be happy to talk to the ambassadors, see if they could, well, possibly come up with some reason to have one of your ships in the area. Create a little incident to keep the two of you two together.
Please. Prefer things to be a little quiet around here. The smuggling operation we've been trying to put down is quite enough noise.
Fair enough. Just had to make the offer.
You really have been spending too much time around me, Arif.
thought you were gonna say near.
I always thought she was a little more straightforward.
She gives a good front.
Her crew knows how to throw a good party anyway. And she knows where you hide your good booze.
We all know where that is.
Well, no, none of you do because I changed it.
Well, not anymore. Yeah, you're right. You got flattened.
Come on, Doc. Too soon. I only just got the rug back.
Well,
To rebuild
okay.
the desk.
I can.
I have a question, Arif. Do you normally lose your office in such ways after some time? Or you have more pleasant change of vocations?
If you're asking me if this is the first time my office has been destroyed, the answer is uh, no, but I try not to make a habit of it, and it's quite rare.
Well, that's good at least.
I like that desk, though.
It was well crafted. I mean, it was a little. When you put a level on it, it was a little tilted, but it's a good desk.
That's because I slouch a little bit to the left.
I thought the station was a little tilted, like from the orbit. Is that not how that works? Never mind.
That's why he slouches to the left.
It is perfectly level to me.
So does that mean you're going to be visiting the planet more often, Sarah? I'll be here if you ever need to stop by and say hi to an old friend.
Would be nice to come back and visit every so often. Depends on the ship's mission, of course.
Of course.
Well, if Garibaldi and Faye here want to officiate the wedding here, I think I could pull a favor or two from Keller. And did save his life after all. After he saved the life of another admiral. I think I could pull a string.
Nice.
It is a beautiful planet. You
There's
are
some nice lakes around here.
well. You are a station commander. Don't you have isn't that one of the privileges of a station commander, or is that just ship's captains?
I can officiate a wedding if you like. I am also technically a lawyer, so I can make it legal.
See there, a reef. You stand by my side. The commander here can do the honors.
Sounds like a good deal.
Fake kind of stuff. Oh, I could use a bridesmaid.
I would be honored.
And Dr. Mountain sticks his elbow out towards Faye.
Yes, Uncle Z, you can walk me down the aisle.
It would be my honor. Is this a today thing?
Faye goes, no, this is
Planning stage phase. Okay. Just checking. Just checking.
Dress and then arrange for the
Oh, yeah.
do all the
Flowers.
arrangement things.
Yes, you have months ahead of you for even considering that.
Only planning on doing this once.
Might as well
Do
get
it right.
Excellent.
And with that, I think we will end tonight's session as a slight reunion among the senior staff with Deep Space 17